we will move into agenda. You good? Okay, wait just a second here.
Well, look who's here. I'm gonna put it down here somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming. Thank you.
Okay. We'll call the Apopka City Council meeting to order, May 4th meeting. Commissioner Smith, would you give us the prayer pledge and fact of the day, please, sir?
If you would, assume the attitude of prayer. Our Father God, we come once again to say thank you for the many blessings that bestowed upon us, to thank you, Father, for this opportunity to serve this great city. We ask for Heavenly Father, your continued guidance, that you continue to lead us as we make decisions that be in the best interest of the citizens that reside in the city of Apopka. We pray, O God, for the leadership. We pray, O Heavenly Father, that your presence will fall upon all that enter the chambers. In thy Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The fight for today. On May 4th, 1966, San Francisco Giants outfielder Willie Mays hits his 512th career home run to break the run record of Mel Otis' National League record for home runs. Mays would finish his career with 660 home runs, which placed him third on the all-time list at the time of his retirement. In addition to winning the National League Most Valuable Player in 1954 and again in 1965, Mays played in 24 All-Star games, winning the All-Star MVP in 1963 and again in 1968. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1979. Fact of the day.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Got an employee here. I want to get a little recognition to her. Just, Catherine, come on up. Catherine Duncan, we had a little celebration this week or last week, and she's our senior chair program coordinator, and I'm telling you, the seniors love her. So we started probably 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and we've now added a second class out at the Billy Dean building, and just so excited for what she does for our seniors. I tell you, every one of them, they can't wait to get into her class, and I'm not sure it's as much about exercise as about, chatting, but
A little bit of both.
a little bit of both. And so, Catherine, I just want to just recognize you, and if you got a few words to say, because you're a crown jewel in the City of Apopka employee headcount for sure.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And I want to thank you for inviting me here. And wish all of you a good afternoon. And everyone here. And I just, okay, let me take a breath. This is new for me, to be in front of such a august group of people. But as you've heard, I teach the chair exercise class at Fran Carlton. And this twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 to 10. And these classes started in April of 2014. And it was a rough going in the beginning. We only had a few people that came, but over time, it steadily grew and grew and grew. And by the time COVID hit on March the 20th, March 2020, we were averaging between 45 and 50 people. And And, well, COVID shut everything down, so we had a rough 2 years building ourselves back, but now we're slowly coming back, and even at the center at Billy Dean, slowly we're coming back. We're breaking records there every day. I just wanted to let you know, there was a demographic study done in 2019 which showed that most of the attendees were coming from Apopka, but they were also coming from as far away as Zellwood, Altamont Springs, and Orlando. So the word was spreading, which was fantastic. And we accommodate people of all fitness levels. People come on their own power, and they also come with their canes, with their walkers, with oxygen. It doesn't matter. Everybody can come and find something that they can do and feel better when they leave, and that's the goal. That's my whole goal of being there. So last Thursday, as the mayor said, we celebrated our 8-year anniversary at the Fran Carlton Center, and there were a record number of 57 people came to class that day, but I'm sure some of them came just for the food. So I just wanted to give you just a snippet of a few of the testimonials that some of them handed in for that day. There's one lady who said, "I have attended this class for 3 years, and it has been beneficial to me mentally and physically." And let's see, this lady says, "These chair exercises are the best thing to happen for me in a very long time." And let's see, okay, this one was written by a gentleman who had suffered a stroke, so his handwriting was very shaky, and it was very difficult for him to write, but he managed to put down, "Fun, smiles, makes my day, every time I come, friendly, and works me hard." This lady says, "I hate exercise, but this class has taught me to love it. I feel better, I'm able to move better, my attitude is better, all because of the camaraderie and specifically because of Catherine." She said, "She is my Bob Ross." Now, you remember Bob Ross?
Yeah.
I take that as a compliment. So I have, and there were many more. I won't, I know I have limited time, but that's this feeling and the camaraderie. We're like a family there. Yeah. I tell everybody who comes, you become part of the family. It's not just exercise, which is the main objective, is to get fit and to be more mobile, but it's the engagement and the friendships. I have people that have come and have told me that before they came, they were just sitting in their home, doing nothing, slowly deteriorating, and they come, and they're lonely. They've lost spouses, their children live, hundreds of miles away, they have no one. They come to the class, and they make friends, and they get fit, and it's just great. So, not even sticking to my script. What else is here? So it's about exercise. But mostly it's about the quality of life, and it's just such a great program. It's my privilege and honor to be part of it, to facilitate it, and I'm just thankful that you're all behind it. You support it and encourage it, and I hope it'll continue on for many years in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. She had a longer video, but I had Rob and Bob take a look at it and see if we could just condense it down to a minute? So just to kind of give you a feel for what Catherine does for the city of Apopka. Thank you, Ms. Catherine. Gosh, we go from that to speed humps. I don't know how you make that transition, but we're fixing to find out. Oh. Sergeant Harmon and, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Approval of the minutes. You get any changes? If not, look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Speed humps.
Good afternoon. All righty, so yes, we're going to present a little bit about speed humps. It's been presented before to the council, kind of explaining what the program was before and getting funds approved and so forth. So that's already been in place. We've done assessments, and we've got a couple of locations we're going to share that I'm recommending to have them installed. All righty. Okay, so as far as like criteria, people, because everyone will say, hey, there's speeders on my street, something to that effect, and we want speed humps, and so there's certain criteria that has to be met. This is kind of a refresher, but we also have new individuals here. So again, the road must be a local or residential road with an average daily traffic volume of 800 vehicles to 3,000 vehicles per day. The speed limit being 30 miles an hour or less. And what happens is, if that's an easy thing to figure out as far as like the speed limit, what's it on there when someone complains, then I can come in to do a speed assessment, like collect data on that roadway to get the traffic volume, and then I'll be able to come up with the 85th percentile. 85th percentile basically means 85% of the vehicles or less are going at that particular speed. It's what DOT uses to set speed limits and so forth to see basically what is the natural average thing that most vehicles are driving, if that makes sense. And then we have to make sure that the road has a maximum width of 24 feet. And again, these things were not all set in stone, and if you have questions for that, Pam can go over that, but those are more like base criteria that we try to follow. Again, somebody, whether it's from the city or with a citizen who will make a complaint, is kind of how we get started on this. Like I said, then I'll end up doing a traffic study. Because again, some people will say, hey, there's a speeder on my street, and that might be the one kid who lives down there. That's not a, it's not a huge chronic problem. So once we do our assessment, we'll be able to determine that to see if it even warrants it. Then again, after we do all that and I make my assessment, and then a lot of times this is not just me making the assessment, I will end up getting with community development. We can communicate with, the streets and fire department and so forth, and should make an assessment of what is actually needed. So kind of moving forward with as far as the assessments of where we went. 2nd Street, from a complaint we had at 2nd and Highland, there's going to end up being a 4-way stop put there. You can see these are crashes that have happened for the last 3 years. So at Highland and Monroe, which is actually 2nd Street, crashes there will be solved by a 4-way stop. At Forest and 2nd Street is where our bike trail crossing is. It's a crosswalk. We did a detail there for best foot forward, and it's a speeding issue on that street. Officers have been out there constantly to kind of try to help control the speed, but speed humps being installed will always be there, right? Because an officer can't always be around, but the speed humps, they're there, and so it's going to be able to assist with slowing down motorists so that pedestrians can cross that crosswalk safely. As far as the data that I was referring to, well, that really means nothing to you because you can't see anything because it's very blurry. But I can tell you that the 85th percentile of 2nd and Highland, where the speed limit is 25, the 85th percentile was 34. Okay, so it has to be 30 miles an hour, so 5 miles above the speed limit or greater. So we're at 9 miles an hour above the speed limit. So it's not good. So again, we've been doing speed, enforcement out there, but the speed humps will help bring that down. And then for the other direction, the 85th percentile was at 30 miles an hour, which is again 5 over, which is the criteria, and the traffic volume is met as well. These are approximate locations of where the speed humps could be installed at 2nd and Forest, again, before where the crosswalks would be at. Next street we looked into was Hawthorne Avenue from 441 to Apopka Road, or Michael Gladden right there. Again, the last 3 years, 19 crashes, as you can see them there. A majority of the crashes there are at 4th Street in Hawthorne. I've also made a recommendation for stop signs installed there for 4th Street. It's kind of a weird location where some people kind of assume there's going to be a stop sign there, and there's not. But the speeding issue here is out of control. So the next slide that you cannot see, the 85th percentile here, the road being 30 miles an hour, the 85th percentile is 39. Again, that's another 9 miles an hour over the speed limit. And then in the opposite direction, 85th percentile is at 40 miles an hour, so that's 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. Again, that's the 85th percentile. That's not the highest speeds. The highest speeds are, we've had some in the 80s. The proposed locations for the installation of the speed humps are there on this map. So basically, it's going to be, mid-block, not directly in front of her driveway. Try not to have any issues for anybody, whether it's a resident or, services that the city provides. So it will have an impact. They have to be spread out a certain distance. I believe it's approximately 800 feet apart to be effective. Obviously, for that stretch of roadway, we can't just throw one speed hump and say that's going to solve the problem, because they'll just be able to get speed up over that distance. Next location I went to from a complaint on MA board. This had to do with the children getting picked up for school on Marvin C. Sanders and dropped off as well. The children, I noticed, were having to cross the street, and a lot of times on their own. Sometimes you'd have parents be able to try to assist them. The speed limit there is 25. It was a bit of an issue as far as, once in a while, as far as cutting through from 441 down to Apopka. And within 3 years, there's been 16 crashes along there. The traffic volume was met. The 85th percentile was 34, and it posted 25, so that's 9 over. And in the opposite direction was the same thing, 34 for the 85th percentile, when it's supposed to be at 25. Next slide, again, is proposed locations for the installation with 4 speed humps to be able to solve the problem, again, spaced out between blocks, and a great enough number to be able to solve the problem. The last location, MA board in Hawthorne, right there where we talk about sometimes the Billy Dean Center. A lot of, pedestrian traffic can go through there, and again, just to assess that and to keep it under control, throwing a speed hump in that location would be able to assist. What does a speed hump look like? Well, again, that's kind of hard to see. Everyone knows what a speed bump is. You go in parking lots, it's more narrow. If it's a pretty tall, speed humps are more gradual. It will still cause the cars to slow down, but it's not so much of an issue to where it would need to restrict, law enforcement and fire response. Will it have to slow down a little bit? Sure. But again, that's the point of it, especially nowadays, with everybody in their fancy cars, they're not going to want to damage them. They should slow down for these. So there's, we can solve this problem. Another option that we could go with, speed cushions. So some spacing could be done in these to where fire trucks, the width of them are larger than other vehicles. Maybe they can go around it. But my concern with that, sometimes maybe another car will try to straddle that, come in the other side. But the regular speed humps would go all the way across the roadway. All right, I think I am done on mine. I don't know if you have any questions on that.
Okay, any questions for Sergeant Harmon? Pam?
I just wanted to add a couple things.
Sure.
I know y'all think I do everything transportation, but I don't. I have partners all over the city. Steve's one of my biggest partners. He can even do a traffic study, as y'all could see. They can actually see it. It's just the screen. They have a monitor up there, so they can see the numbers. But now that we have the projects, these are the ones that we're going to do. And I think that we probably burned through the money that y'all gave us. But what we've come to realize over these couple of years that we've been doing this, speed humps are not the end all. Steve provided y'all a list, I think last time we did this. There are only certain roads in the city that speed humps are even a solution for. But we both get calls weekly from subdivisions, that situation he said where somebody in the neighborhood speeding. So next year, what I'm going to ask y'all for is a little bit more money so that we can investigate and implement traffic control devices where speed humps are not a solution. Chicanes, narrowing of lanes, very narrow medians. You know, they're all different kinds of things that aren't speed humps, but everything's expensive. So I'm probably going to ask for more money in next year's budget so that we can help more of the people that are coming to us. I mean, for them, they can't be everywhere. So anything that we can do to, and we're doing it as it's in our approach to new development that's coming into the city. So now we're kind of like retrofitting some things, but that's what we're going to want, a little bit more money, maybe 75,000.
I was gonna say, we gave, it was 50 in the
It
budget
was
for this year.
50, and I think we're going to spend it all in this fiscal year, and then a little bit more next year too. But I'm not asking today, I'm just
Yeah.
putting it out there. That would
Okay.
make it an action item.
Okay, any questions for Sergeant Harmon or Pam? Okay, great. Well, I'm glad we got, I was kind of wondering if we're ever going to get some streets that, qualified. I know we've had a lot of them that have asked for it, and they didn't, as Sergeant Harmon had said, that they just didn't qualify either speed or car count.
Well, I've been the traffic supervisor for about 4 years now, and I've been approached this for a long time. I've been wanting to get this done since then, and back then, it wasn't in the city code to be allowed. It was interpreted differently. So it's been a long push to try to get to there. So you can ask Pam, like, I am pushing this constantly of wanting speed humps because once they're installed, they're installed. So I don't have to decide of which neighborhood, which street. We get that one done, that's done. Now, I can prioritize these of where I have the most issues and so forth, but once they're done, we're good. But like she mentioned to me before, we have to check on when's the street been paved last, when's it gonna need to get done, because we don't want to have to rip it up right after we put it in. But yes, I'm definitely ready for this to get going, and I know you are as well, Mayor.
Yes.
There were some subdivisions, some developments that also had the same problem with speeding within their community.
Oh, like I said, we get calls all over, and it's harder for me to get officers in communities as it is on the main streets. We're talking about traffic volume and being used, again, because a lot of times it's just a handful of residents in that area that speed. It's usually before work and after work. And that's also busy for everything else that we do as law enforcement. And with our numbers being short, it's just hard to dedicate. I have a little bit more flexibility with some of the other grants that I have for DOT on larger streetways, but not inside residential. So speed humps will solve that problem all the time, 24/7, when we can't get an officer there on a Saturday when little kids are outside playing, and then we don't have enough manpower to be able to be out there for enforcement. So yes, like we've got multiple neighborhoods that I've looked into. I've got data already on a lot of these, so I can be ready to go as soon as we have the funds available. But the other thing she can get into is HOAs having to decide approvals and so forth, and what street within that own HOA gets it. Sharing the money, if the HOA pays more of it or all of it, that'd be easier on us, correct? Because we can, go through a lot quickly. On one long stretch of roadway, we could go through our entire budget. So,
And we're paying 100% for the ones that Steve presented, because they're a little more than neighborhood roads, there's not an HOA, and there's not really a revenue stream that we can tap into to get the residents to pay. And there really aren't as many residents as there would be in, say, Rock Springs Ridge. I know that Rock Springs Ridge wants some speed humps on Caledonia, and I'm saving that conversation for another day.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, well, our guest just arrived. It's not on the schedule, but I just wanted to, got a call from the Mexican consulate about a sister city program that they wanted to offer up, a great city. We had a great conversation yesterday about their city. And we have with us Roberto Sosa Picardo, who's the mayor. And so he's going to come forward. If you want to give us a few words about your city, and then, anyway, we're looking forward to being a sister city with good friends that now are just like about 100 miles outside of Mexico City, north of Mexico City.
Yes, 200.
200 miles, okay. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor for me to be in this beautiful and prosperous city and great its residents, Thought Mayor Brian Nelson and his distinguished commissioners. Thank you very much, Mr. Nick Nesta. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander Smith. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Doug Banston. Thank you very much, Mr. Diane Velasquez. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for much for this reception. Training is sharing, collaborating, and learning to esteem, love, and help. Apopka and Corregidora share the challenge that growth with progress implies: the orderly, sustainable, and inclusive development of thriving cities with a bright future, like the ones we represent. Cities that require and encourage us to connect, strengthen ties, and recognize each other. I attend this city hall to present to you with respect and great affection the intention of my municipality of Corregidora to formalize a sister city agreement between our beloved cities. We know that the present calls us to collaboration and the future thus will always be more promising. Thank you very much for the reception, and please know that in Mexico, in Querétaro, in Corregidora, you have your home and count on our friendship and solidarity. Again, thank you very much for your warm welcome, and we look forward to seeing you soon with love in Corregidora. Finally, I want to tell you that Apopka, as Corregidora, is still being the pride of Florida and Querétaro. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Velasquez, you want to say a few things, and then we're going to get, you want to say?
Well, we had the opportunity yesterday to meet them and kind of talk about what the sister city means to us with the and it's the town, ¿cómo se dice el pueblo? Corregidor. Corregidor. Corre, idiota, right? Okay. Idora. Okay. And, you know, it's been a pleasure. I have been very involved with the Mexican consulate since 2014, and I've had the pleasure of attending many events at the Mexican consulate. And of course, I've had a friendship also with the consul, Juan Sabanes. And I'm sorry that he's not here today, but we are excited about this partnership and certainly extending a friendship because they feel, and it is kind of documented, that, you know, Apopka, we have a very large community of Mexican workers here, Mexican businesses. And so having to help recognize them, because they are a part of our city and they do contribute very much to our city through economic development. And so we are honored that they want to come and be our sister city. So thank you very much. And we look forward to the partnership, and we look forward to he has invited each of us to come and visit his city. And he's very proud of his city. And he says it mirrors our city. And so I'm looking forward to it. So thank you very much.
Mr. Bankston?
Yo hablo muy poquito español. En todo, muchas gracias para todo mi corazón.
Commissioner Smith, you go more time.
Let me say welcome, and we appreciate the partnership to be a sister city, and I look forward to the visit. I have been to the Mexican consulate on another occasion and enjoyed the welcome and the warmth that I felt while I was there. So I look forward to the partnership.
Mr. Nesta?
Thank you so much for coming. I think this is an incredible program, and we look forward to the partnership. Thank you.
So we come down, we'll get a picture.
Ven,
Ese es el periódico y ese es el mismo. Aquí está. Muchísimas gracias. Entonces me espero. Mañana no puedo ir porque mañana tengo un compromiso con una de la escuela. No puedo. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we hit it off so well. I said, "What are you doing tomorrow?" We just had a meeting yesterday. He says, "What do you mean? What are you thinking?" I go, well, "How about come to city council?" So they changed their plans around and were able to come be with us today. So thank you. What a great honor and privilege to be have them a sister city. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Very cool.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Entonces, all right then. Que lo pasen bien.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, military gala recap. Gosh, what an event. What, 2 weeks ago? I guess. Has it been that long? Not that long. Man, the time is flying. But anyway, we got the whole gang coming up to be a part of this. Just to let you know, we had Sonny Perdue, which is the former Secretary of Agriculture, come down from, well, he's now in Georgia, but Secretary of Agriculture came down to be a part of our event. That was the same day that we had the Jazz Fest. So that was the reason I was not able to come down. And so we've got the whole committee down. And I will who's going to, Jeannie, you going to take it?
I am.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Nelson and Commissioners. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for choosing to represent us here in this beautiful city of Apopka. I myself have been here for 41 years, raised my children. I love it here. I'll probably never leave. So, as you may know, or some of you may know, we got together with the VFW. The VFW had wanted to throw a gala to raise funds for the veterans here in our community. So we got together an A-team, which consists of we've got Jody, Debbie, Virginia, Charlotte, Seal, Diane, Loretta,
And yourself.
and me. So this fundraiser was to be held just for our veterans, for the little things that fall through the cracks. Just because someone is a veteran doesn't mean they get a dime from the government. Just because someone is a veteran doesn't mean they really have to fight for a wheelchair if they need one. A personal experience, my husband was a triple amputee in Vietnam. So I spent 40 years. This is where I met my husband, as a matter of fact. Sorry, I'm off track here. But, sometimes it's the little things for our local veterans. It could be a pair of shoes. It could be gas for their car to get to work or to drive their spouse to work. And the VFW here in town this is what they do. You got a veteran that needs a pair of steel-toed boots, say they're starting a new job. We can go out and do those kind of things. So this is why we wanted to make a difference here in our community. So after much planning, hard work, and of course support from our community sponsors, we were able to have a beautiful gala event at the Apopka Community Center where our local VFW chapter is located. This fundraiser was overseen by Diane Hobner, who is the ultimate party planner. And no one works longer hours than Diane and her A-team to make this event to remember. Our guest speakers were Mr. Sonny Perdue, the former governor of Georgia, and Mr. Dennis Joyner, who was also a past national commander of the Disabled American Veterans. Of course, we had our own city commissioner, Doug Bankson, who graciously gave us our invocation and who beautifully sang "Proud to be an American" while we all held our flags and sang along. You got me good. That was a beautiful rendition. Our special honored guest for the evening was one of our very own Apopka residents and her family, Miss Destiny Click, who is currently serving in the Marines overseas in Japan, who graduated from Apopka High School, and her family came to our gala. And actually, she went to work too. She didn't come to be the guest. She came in and she pitched in to help with the fundraiser, which was really sweet. So the reason we're here today is to share our exciting news with the community. Y'all ready? Everybody ready? All right. The final results of our VFW Gala fundraiser was an incredible, amazing, and over-the-top amount. We raised more than we could have ever imagined. Today, we are all here, and we are very happy, very proud, and extremely excited to be able to present a check to the VFW for a grand total of $28,983.85. Wow. Thank you.
I just need to say that our commander, Andy Anderson, had a fall on his scooter and has broken ribs. So that's the only reason he's not here, and I'm in his place for this. Thank you.
Gotta love that about Apopka. We support our veterans for sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, agenda review. Michael.
I have one minor item to call to your attention. Advertised for today's meeting was the second reading for ordinance number 2924, which was the adoption of the Kelly Park Community Development District. Unfortunately, the item was erroneously omitted from the agenda. Because it was advertised for today, both staff and the applicant are requesting that the matter be tabled to the May 18th meeting. Now, that matter has to be, I need a motion and a vote to table the matter. Tabling the matter to the 18th will not require or nor necessitate additional advertising for the item. So at this point, I'm requesting that the...
Which ordinance was that?
It's ordinance number 2924. It was not put on the agenda. It was inadvertently omitted from the agenda. So in order for it to be placed on the agenda for May 18th and not necessitate additional advertising, I'm asking, staff is requesting a motion on the part of this council to table the matter that was advertised for today's hearing to the city council meeting of May 18th.
Okay. So moved
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
to table.
Second.
Table. And to, yep, got a second by Commissioner Bankson. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Aside from that, there are no changes to the agenda.
No change, okay.
Was
All
the
right.
applicant notified of
The
that?
applicant I was speaking with the applicant this morning. And
Okay.
the applicant is, along with staff, suggested the tabling of the matter.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, public comment. Susan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. My name is Dr. Jennifer Sankey, and I'm actually a resident of Apopka, and I'm actually the president of the Central Florida Black Nurses Association of Orlando. So the reason I'm here today is to introduce to you our organization and also to inform you what we're doing in the community to help with the health and the wellness of our residents. And then lastly, to gain your support for health equity. I'd like to acknowledge the members that are here with me today from the Central Florida Black Nurses Association. Will you please stand? We're very blessed to have Bernice Edwards, who is our founder. Mrs. Edwards, will you just raise your hand? Mrs. Edwards, and then I have Monica Aiken, she's the first vice president. And then I have Bernal Jordan, who's the second vice president, and then Bernadine Fair, who is our health policy chairperson. Bernadine and Bernal and myself, we all live here in Apopka, so we had to show up today. Oh, wow. Thank you so very much. So let me just tell you a little bit about our organization. It's just really for information only, but we were established in 1982, and there were 3 nurses who actually established it. It was Susie Forehand, Mrs. Bernice Edwards, and also Mercedes Clark, who is deceased. This year, we're celebrating 40 years of service in our community. We serve Orange County, Seminole County, Lake County, and Osceola County. So we're all over the place. Right now, we have 66 members. We have nurses of varying degrees. We have student nurses, LPNs, associates, masters, and we also have doctorate prepared nurses as well. As nurses, we know that healthcare is very, very, very expensive. We also know that it places an emotional strain on individuals, families, and even on our government. So we're offering services to prevent disease, preserve health, and prolong life. Our organization has 4 main objectives that I'll go over very quickly. We want to advocate, educate, participate, and then also elevate to improve the well-being of those that we serve. Let me talk a little bit about how we advocate. So we advocate for health equity. We know that every human deserves to receive health care, and so we're advocating for that. Each year, Central Florida Black Nurses Association, along with our National Black Nurses Association, we have a Capitol Hill Day in Washington. And so when we went this year in February, there were 6 things that I want to share with you that we talked to the legislators about and our representatives. The first one we talked about was the nursing workforce issues. Our nurses particularly are stress-strained, and their caseload can be very difficult at times. We're also talking about the inequity of cardiovascular health. We do know that individuals who are lower socioeconomic class have more difficulty getting health care, access to health care. We also know that people, even though they're testing negative for COVID, they're having the longest disease. They're still having a recovery to COVID. That's our third objective. The other thing we're working on is inequities in telehealth, telemedicine. We know that transportation is difficult for some people to get to the doctor, but if they have access to telehealth, telemedicine, we know that they can have that access a little easier, but there are inequities. We also know that America right now is in a mental health crisis, and that we want to find out how we can help individuals shore up their resilience. So that's on our agenda and on our focus. And then lastly, we are looking at Black maternal and infant health mortality. And I'd like to restate that we're looking at all mortality for mothers. We know that we get excited about the baby coming, but right after the baby comes, the mom's at risk for complications. And so we know that if we don't recognize them early, treat them early, that we may lose a mom and possibly a baby. So what have we done about it? We've had webinars, seminars. We've actually been published in the Orlando Times paper with information regarding maternal health. And so we are in the community raising awareness about these issues. The next thing that we do is educate our residents as well as our nurses. We know that nurses know, but most times we're the most unhealthy people. We take care of everybody else, but we don't take care of ourselves. So we talk about heart disease, diabetes, sickle cell anemia, cancer, and I want you to know that we're promoting the COVID testing and we're promoting COVID vaccines. I will pause here to say thank you to our Commissioner Alexander Smith. Last year, we wrote a letter to him because we had a concern, especially when they were doing the testing and the vaccines. We wrote a letter to him and said, we need more in the Apopka community, and we saw more. So thank you, Commissioner Smith, for acknowledging our communication with you and for responding to that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Also, this
Can
year.
you wrap it up? You're a minute over already.
Oh,
but
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine. No
I'm so
problem.
sorry.
No problem.
I'm sorry. So, want to let you know that we did receive 2 grants this year, one for COVID, one also for cardiac health. And then want to let you know that one way that we elevate the nursing profession in helping our hospitals is we give out scholarships each year. And so last year we gave out 5 scholarships to nursing students, totaling over $10,000, because we want to be a feeder to the healthcare system. I want to say thank you for your time and allow me to share these initiatives that we're doing. You can count on us, whether we're in the building or whether we're on YouTube, we're in city council because we're interested. What we do ask of you is if you need anything from us, we want to be here for you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thanks for what y'all do.
Good afternoon. David Hoffman. I live in Rock Springs Ridge. On Friday, March 18th, 2022, a fine Rock Springs Ridge citizen, Richard Seaman, and I were handing out leaflets at your entryway along Rock Ridge Boulevard to inform citizens of an HOA board meeting scheduled for the following Monday evening, March 21st. One vehicle, an extended cab pickup pulling a boat, pulled up with the passenger side window rolled down. Inside the cab, 4 men rode. When I looked in the window, lo and behold, there sat Nick Nesta, who proceeded to admonish me by declaring that the consummation of the 51-acre Tortoise Preserve deal to raise funds necessary to purchase the closed golf course would seem unlikely, since the city would be unlikely to approve the density necessary for the development of the 51 acres. There would be too many hurdles to clear with the city. And now the questions to you, Nick Nesta. Is it true that you made such a statement? By extension, as a context for these comments, why should we Rock Springs Ridge citizens not wonder if you'd had previous discussions regarding these matters with other city commissioners previous to your election and now taking your seat? Do you realize, Nick Nesta, that the Rock Springs Ridge stance you have taken over the past 7 months is in direct opposition to our community's majority position? Our citizens have spoken. You have and are defying us. If you've had such discussions, you appear to be guilty of an egregious ethical violation, which makes you likely unfit to take your seat as a city commissioner. I have a considerable amount of time left that is afforded to me. We will wait patiently for your answers.
This is just for your, you're giving us your opinion. This is not for open dialogue. So thank you, Mr. Hoffman. You can ask for public records requests. Be happy to do that. You can ask for phone records, email records, but
I'll say this to you, Mayor Nelson. I have been coming to city commission meetings for 8.5 years.
Right.
And I've stood up as a citizen for what I think is correct for our community.
Yes.
You know what? In all the times I've been here, over and over and over again, I've been stonewalled. That's unacceptable.
Next up, Susan.
Good afternoon. I'll be very brief. My name is Gary McSwinney, and I live on Spinfisher Drive in Rock Springs Ridge. And I had occasion last week to talk to quite a few residents up on the corner of Spinfisher and Jason Dolly Parkway, which is exactly where the new Kelly Park Road School is going to be located. And I told them I would come to the meeting and I would ask that representatives from the city, and I don't know who the liaison is, whether it goes through the county or through you, But to have, I would assume the traffic control, the police.
Pam, right
people,
behind you in that
Yep.
colorful shirt.
Come down, and I'll be glad to arrange the time, or you can do it through Bert, or the president of the HOA, or myself. You have my contact. To come down and talk to them about what to expect. Not only are they interested in the tremendous change that's going to happen at that intersection, but the rest of the community is also interested in the significant changes that are going to take place internal to our community. We experience a certain amount of difficulty in there because we're so close to the entrance with Spinfisher, and buses go through there. People will park on the wrong side of the road, going in the wrong direction, and then they'll do a U-turn to exit out of there rather than following the streets. So, I mean, there are some issues that I think the police should be aware of, and it's certainly going to be more aggravated with the opening of the school in July, August, whenever. So I just ask that we have a little council with the folks that are going to be managing control of the traffic, and let our people know what to expect so they can plan for that.
Yeah, I'll have Pam, and I guess we'll go ahead and bring Sergeant Harmon in, and who? Okay, yeah. And then you might want to bring in somebody, I don't know who, from OCPS, Pam, that. Okay, because we'll try to get, yeah, and what they'll do is they'll set up a meeting, probably just here in City Hall somewhere to get
We
the
can
group
do it
together.
there. I
Yeah,
mean, whatever works.
yeah.
I just want them to be informed and
Sure.
feel comfortable what to expect.
Absolutely.
Okay. All
Yep,
right. Thank
you got it, absolutely.
I left the shit I wanted. I'll do it on the fly. Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane, Apopka. Want to welcome back Mayor and Commissioners Banks and Velasquez and Smith. And welcome to Nick Nesta. You got big shoes to fill, but I'm confident that you're going to fill them well. I promised back in March, and I'm back again, and I've been beating this horse, and I will continue to beat this horse. Backflow preventers, I believe, is a city responsibility. It works in Orange County. It works in Altamont Springs. I think the administrative cost in managing and determining when people have it done, when they don't have it done, will be offset by the pleasant atmosphere it will create for homeowners to have it done and know it's scheduled and can be done. In addition to that, I also covered in March, and with the new board sitting, and Mayor, that we should go out and do a complete city review, A to Z, front to back. Not wait for the next election when someone takes a bunch of pictures and says what needs to be done. Anyone that rides down 441 can take a look at a number of pristine properties and trash and junk everywhere. It needs to be cleaned up. This, I think, should be done on a quarterly basis, whether you rotate that among all the commissioners. However you choose to do it, I think it needs to be done. We as a community should have a quarterly update as to what the status is on cleaning our city up. And the last piece I have is for all the people out here, that we have an obligation to bring up and to bring up and to consult with our city commissioners, with our city departments. We've got wonderful people that sit up here. We got wonderful people that work for the city of Apopka. We need to communicate with them what we see. If there's potholes, make a phone call, send an email. If there's a concern with streets, if you want to have South Apopka annexed, you need to speak up, you need to show up, and if you don't, you accept what people do. People have argued about all this voting things going on. 19% of our people chose to vote in this election. 81% chose not to, and we're all living with that 19%. I just want to set that straight. If you don't want to speak up and show up, just smile and say thank you, and thank you, because that's the way it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting, we just had our first meeting with Keep America Beautiful. You know, we joined that, the city council approved, I want to say it was $4,500. I tell you, it looks like it's going to be an awesome program. I don't think Nicole's here to go over it, but she's going to be running point on that. And what's really nice about the Keep America Beautiful, it's measurables. It's not just, hey, they have like streets and it goes from a 1 to a 4, 1 being, you know, perfectly clean to 4 being you got to bring in, equipment to clean it up. So it was a really good first step. We're going to need some committees. We're going to need people to step in and help us with those committees. So Rod, I'll put you down. I'll find a couple committees for you. Yes, sir. So yeah, we'll hopefully be rolling that out within the next 30 to 60 days, what we're going to ask. Obviously, it's got to be a lot of volunteers. It's all of us coming together to make a difference here in Apopka. Next up, Susan? Oh, okay. All right, consent agenda. We've got 7 items on the consent agenda. Anybody need to pull any of those items? If not, look for a motion to approve as shown.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second?
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Major Development Plan Emerson Point, Phase 2. Gene Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Jean Sanchez with the Planning and Zoning Division. This is a request to recommend approval of the Emerson Point Phase 2 Major Development Plan. The property is located west of Martin Road, north of State Road 414, and west of Hawthorne Avenue, approximately 69 acres in size. The Emerson Point Phase 2 Major Development Plan proposes a 225-unit residential subdivision consisting of 97 single-family detached units and 128 townhome units developed in one phase. The developer is also proposing 1.5 acres of the site to be a commercial outparcel located on the western perimeter near the access point on Martin Road that will be developed in the future. The City Council approved a planned development master plan on November 3rd, 2021, and all elements of the major development plan are consistent with that PD master plan. Consistent with the master plan, the lots range in sizes including 34 lots with 55 feet in width, 25 lots with 60 feet in width, 38 lots that have 65 feet in width, and 128 townhome units with 22 feet in width. The 65-foot wide lots are proposed along the northern perimeter of the subdivision to buffer the interior of the site where the townhomes are proposed. The townhome units will be rear-loaded and accessed via an alleyway. On-street parking is also provided adjacent to those townhome units. Access to the site is proposed via full access located on Martin Road and an emergency access on Hawthorne Avenue. Right and left turn lanes leading from Martin Road and into the site are proposed. 26.25 acres of the project area are reserved for open space, and 8.71 acres are dedicated to recreation amenities that include a swimming pool, cabana, playground with slide swings, and a rock climbing wall. 10 pocket parks with a combined total of 1.6 acres are also included, and 8 acres are reserved for conservation and karst features located at the northern and western portion of the site. Landscape buffers will be provided in tracks along the Martin Road and Hawthorne Avenue frontages. A 6-foot tall wall will be provided in between the commercial outparcel and adjacent residential lot to provide buffering between the uses. The DRC and Planning Commission recommend approval of the major development plan. The recommended motion is to approve the Emerson Point Phase 2 major development plan. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Okay, any questions for Gene?
Does that build out Emerson Park, this development?
Does it finish it out? Is there any more land left to develop?
No, there isn't. The rest of it have been approved for either amenity or open space or recreation. So there's, I'll go ahead and let the applicant elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, this is actually not connected to Emerson Park, they're just calling it
Oh,
Emerson,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Palm with Appin Engineering. Yeah, this is the final piece of property. The property I think you're referring to is the school and the apartments on the west side of Martin Road. So this is the final piece of all those little puzzle properties.
Oh, okay. And so this is the final piece for residential
This is west of that roundabout, or east of that roundabout.
of the roundabout?
It's, yeah, just north.
Northeast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emerson Park itself is.
No, I know
south-
which one, but
southwest.
I know which one he's
Yeah.
talking about now. When Edmondson Point, it's the roundabout where the school is at.
Yes.
And the apartments that are there from Orange County, I know.
Yep.
That area there, okay. Okay, thank you.
And we just want to thank staff for all the assistance that they've provided from back when this project started, and we continue, or look forward to continuing and working with them.
Okay.
Mr. Banks?
Just was curious if staff had any concerns about the proximity from the roundabout to that entrance. I mean, it appears with the stacking lane that everything should be fine, and there's left turn coming from the north down, so. Was there any concern or any discussion about that
There
proximity?
was lots of discussion about it and lots of modifications. And I'm confident with the way we have it set up, the traffic will be, it will be what it should be. We're not going to have a congestion problem there.
Okay. And it is a left turn lane heading southbound, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
My only concern was, and I spoke to community development about it already, is that this subdivision, students are planning for Wheat Elementary, and I just felt like there should have been an additional sidewalk added down Cleveland to Phyllis Wheat Elementary, but I understand we don't have the right-of-way to do that, and additional sidewalk along Hawthorne. But I've already talked to community development, so I'm fine.
So it's Orange County?
Yes.
It's not City of Apopka?
Well, it's a mix between the two, but more Orange County than it is City of Apopka. So.
Okay, well, if you'd like, Pam, could you at least send a note to Pam? Would you mind send a note to Orange County about his, Commissioner Smith's concerns about the sidewalk? And then if we need to step in on our pieces, if there are pieces there that we need to do, we got a little money left in our advertising kitty, so maybe we can help put that together.
I do want you to know that myself and Deputy Chief Miller have talked to Orange County Public Schools about the situation out there. And because there's not, the way the sidewalks and everything are now, and there's not, for the apartments coming across the street, there's not a place to cross really without them going down to the roundabout and crossing there where the crosswalk is. They've already designated that area as a hazardous walking condition, and so they should be providing bus service to the students that live on that street. And I was copied on an email earlier this week, or I got a call from Orange County Public Schools. There's a resident that lives somewhere over there, and she pointed out there's something like 13 students that go to Wheatley. So I've already talked to Orange County about it, but I will contact them about to see if there's something they will help us do. So, I mean, it's on our radar.
Okay.
Mr. Nesta?
Yeah, most of my questions just had to do with traffic and how that was going to function out there, but staff assured me that we're good, so no real issue there.
The sidewalk on Cleveland.
So anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
Hey there, Tina Demosny, I'm with MI Homes. We're the residential developer on the portion of the property. Just, again, wanted to reiterate, we really appreciate staff's assistance through this. We know they're running thin right now, and Jean has been super helpful and answering questions and keeping it moving. So I just wanted to know that because I know they're running thin. And I did want to point out that there is a commercial out parcel in the front of it, and to relieve the traffic, their actually entrance is in off our entrance drive. It doesn't enter on or off of Martin. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
So anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve the major development plan for Emerson Point Phase 2.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Developers Agreement Amendment, City Center, First Amendment to the amended and restated Developers Agreement.
Okay, all right.
Okay, wait a minute.
Just want to make sure we're all set for this. I only have an overhead for the location map itself. Jim Hick, Community Development Director. This is the It's a request from the new owner of the apartment site over at the city center, which is at the southeast corner of South Alabama and East 6th Street. This is the First Amendment to the amended and restated development agreement for Southwick Commons LTD. This is a 12.82 acre apartment site. As I mentioned, the owner is Southwick Commons LTD. It is made up of two different parcels. So let's try to do this. This is the largest portion here, and then this is the southern portion. At this time, they're planning on building 3 apartment sites on this lot here. The item in question, though, is the development agreement itself, which does have a couple hurdles for them to go before they can actually apply for the building permit or the development permit itself. Just a little bit of background just for the record for the project summary. On July 22nd, 2016, the city entered into a development agreement with Taurus Apopka City Center LLC, which is, we refer to that as the agreement, for the development of a mixed-use real estate project now known as the City Center. The agreement was based on a vision for the area that was created through public involvement and effort with the community itself. There was quite a few different meetings that were held for the design, the location, and what was going to be part of that city center itself. On July 15th, 2020, the City Council approved an amended and restated development agreement and a sales and purchase agreement that included various changes to update the master plan itself. This agreement that was done back in 2020 also clarified quite a few different inconsistencies that were done between the sales and purchase agreement and the development agreement that was done in 2016. There were a couple items that were added added for the apartment site itself. One of those pertained to the actual luxury items. We did get rid of a 9-foot ceiling requirement because basically that's something that no apartment builders are building 9-foot ceiling rooms. The other thing that was added into requirements was that it could not be a subsidized housing unit and it had to be market rate. Taurus Apopka City Center LLC did complete the purchase of the apartment site from the city of Apopka on November 1st, 2021, and subsequently resold it to the developer Southwick Commons LTD on November 2nd, 2021. The request in this case is, the first one, this is part of the packet, is that the current requirement is for balconies and porches on the units. There's approximately 192 to 195. That's something that we also have to work out in terms of the total acreage. Their proposal is to reduce that down to 36 units of the 195, or 18% of the units themselves. They also, as part of that same exhibit, they are looking to expand the details on what a luxury apartment item is, and they actually match a lot of the developments that they have in Florida. In terms of the details, the items include a community gathering area, club rooms, a computer room with a library area, a gym and exercise room, leasing office, of course, a gazebo and grill area, community garden, a pool, storage units inside that are available to lease to tenants, and bicycle storage. These are items that are typically more associated with a luxury apartment complex. The second item that they're requesting to change is the Exhibit G, which is to strike out the non-subsidized and market rent portion for the development agreement itself. Staff had been in contact with Orange County. There was a few different ways that the developer was looking to fund the apartment complex, and one of those items did include getting a construction grant from Orange County, and I had gotten an email, this is also in the staff write-up, I had gotten an email from Mitchell Glasser, who's the manager of the Orange County Housing and Community Development Division. And it did state that they did get $2 million. And there is a portion that 75% of the units had to be set aside for low income. In those 75% low income units, 10% had to be set aside for very low income. This is something that, that was the reason that staff had actually put in the requirement back in 2020 to state non-subsidized or market rent, because as soon as you basically give a discount on, or give a grant to something that reduces the rent, we would consider that subsidized. City did receive a letter from Mayor Jerry Demings, which is attached in the packet, that did state that Wendover was also successful in winning state funding for workforce housing grant from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation in $8.6 million. So we've got about $10.6 million that's going towards this this project at this time. So with that, again, this is just the map is for this purpose. The hotel right is at this location here. The new brewery is looking to be here. Starbucks is up in this corner here. Winn-Dixie's over here. That's the last major item that was brought before City Council for information. We did receive a couple letters from the neighbors, one from Paul Fairclough, which is right next door, and then also from Charter Oaks, the HOA. Both were recommending that City Council recommend denial for these requests. As I mentioned, the luxury items, I'm all in favor of the luxury items. It does clarify quite a bit better what we were looking for. And those are, as I mentioned, those are items that Wendover and Southwood Commons actually uses in the majority of their other developments. I know the applicant, they also have a PowerPoint that they'd like to show also at this point, so.
Okay. Okay, any questions for Jim before we have the applicant come forward?
No, I'm going to wait for the applicant to
Okay.
come up.
All right. Any other? Okay.
You back this out and put theirs up. Yes, sure. Yeah. Yeah, totally different thing.
I'd like to use this first, if that's possible.
Oh, sure.
How do I do that? But it's not on the screen.
It's not, oh. Yeah. I was sitting back to this, I didn't realize it wasn't, sorry.
Yeah, it's done.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Ryan Von Weller, Wendover Housing Partners and Southwick Commons LTD. Great to see you all again. I appreciate your time in discussing our proposed project here in the Apopka City Center. I wanted to go through a couple different things today. My initial focus was going to be on providing information about the development. So I do have a PowerPoint that's going to go through, all the things we're proposing, what the development will look like, examples of our other product types, both locally here. We have a couple within a mile of this building. We also have developments throughout the Southeast and throughout Florida. So I have a PowerPoint to share, but first I wanted to go through a couple things in the staff report that was given to you guys. I believe there are some inconsistencies in here, and when I read through this, I thought it would be very important for me to kind of point out our point of view and how we view this versus what's being presented to you folks today via the staff report. So if you flip to page 2 of the staff report, on the top, we've got a note there that says the unit count should be 192 units versus the 195.
Oh, okay.
So I got a letter and email here, which is maybe blurry. I'll give it to the clerk after we're done here to put in the public record. Very clearly in this email, when I went to confirm zoning and unit count, the letter came back to me and says, you have the right to build 195 units on this site. There is a corner clip of a right-of-way that you will be given credit for, which takes the unit count from 192 to 195. So that is right here. Again, I'll give that to the clerk. So when I saw that, I started reading this a little bit more closely, and other concerns quickly arose. The next comment, Exhibit G, the staff comment, the non-subsidized market rent requirement reflects the original DA approval to assure luxury or upscale rental or ownership development. Let me read that second part to you again. To assure luxury or upscale rental or ownership development. To me, that reads that if I don't meet a certain rent threshold for my residents, I cannot provide luxury or upscale rental product, which on its face is false. I provide a luxury apartment product for all of my residents in all the developments I do. And the amount of rent I charge has nothing to do with the quality of the product I'm able to produce and provide. I believe also that the luxury and upscale are subjective terms that really have no definition either in your code or in the general nomenclature either. I think if we asked 100 people to define that, you'd get 100 different answers. As Mr. Hitt did acknowledge, Mitchell Glasser with Orange County did write back and point blank say at the bottom of this page, we do not consider our funding to be subsidizing the development. I'm not sure how much clearer you can be about that. I've always ascertained in front of you guys that we are a non-subsidized product type. I stand by that today. So I'm here today to provide clarity to this, once again. And I'm also here because I cannot proceed with the review of my plans and documents until this item is resolved. So I've been at a standstill for quite some time on this development. Now, this development is funded. My plans are well underway. They're ready for review. And I can do nothing until this issue is resolved. Continuing forward into this document, it is identified at the top of the third page on the bottom of the first paragraph. Staff fills out these forms, that's not there, but in parenthetical, typically provide for bank funding for development. In other words, they're talking about the form that the city filled out in direct evidence of this development and what was going on. This form was signed on November 4th, 2020. As you will see, this is not a generic bank form. The top of this form says Florida Housing Finance Corporation. Anyone that has worked in any kind of municipal environment on planning and zoning knows what the Florida Housing Finance Corporation does. It is not ambiguous. This is not a generic form. The middle of this document reads very clearly, the undersigned service provider confirms that, as of the date this form was signed, the above referenced development's proposed number of units, density, and intended use are consistent with the current land use regulations and zoning designation. This was signed in 2020, November 4th.
Do we have that in our, do we have that?
These are also in the state public record as well. The last line of the staff report, because this Orange County award effectively eliminates the market rate rent. So I went today and I pulled CoStar's most recent Northwestern Corridor market rate rents. This is actually from today in real time. Sorry it's blurry, I can't control that. Obviously, in the last year, we have seen an extraordinary amount of rent growth. Now, this rent growth is not predicated upon any particular pocket of Orlando being greater than any other. We're seeing inflationary costs. We're seeing all sorts of different struggles in the marketplace to build and deliver attainable and affordable housing. As you will see in this document, and as we'll get into in a few minutes in my PowerPoint presentation, none of these markers hit $2,000 a unit. The three-bedroom on here shows, even though trending up, they predict we're at the very peak of it, and a three-bedroom in this corridor is still sub $2,000 at the market rate. So with all that being said, I could switch over to the PowerPoint somehow. He's got it. Thank you. So again, I know we spoke multiple times. I've met with all of you individually over the course of time, and I was here 6 months ago providing a very similar presentation to this. But I wanted to come back again and show you, further examples of what we're doing and also update you on some of the nuances and things that occurred in 2022. So we've been around doing this for 20 or 30 years, right? So we're one of the largest affordable and attainable housing and workforce housing developers in Central Florida, if not the state of Florida. Currently, we've got over 2,500 units in the pipeline. We were selected by Universal Studios to do 1,000 workforce and affordable housing units for them via a national search, competitive RFP search, and we were deemed to be the best in class amongst our peers throughout the United States of America. We own our own management company. We manage all of our own properties. We do not outsource this. We maintain and own all of our properties in perpetuity. So when I tell you we're going to build something that's quality and we're going to stand by it, I will be here owning that, managing it, maintaining it for the city and for the residents of the building as well. Here's the elevation that was proposed for Southwick Commons. We believe, aside from the balcony issue that Mr. Hitt raised, which we can address, obviously, the look and feel of this apartment complex is no different than any other Class A apartment complex that's going to be built anywhere else in the city or elsewhere in Central Florida. If you drive by one of our other developments here in town, I think I get positive feedback constantly, not only from you folks in the dais, which I appreciate, but also from the community and from other affordable housing developers as well. I think our product and the way we build it and maintain it really proves that we are here for the long haul and we're trying to build something that is upscale for our residents. Little bit different look at the site plan. This is true north-south. You can kind of see what we proposed. Our initial proposal on building 3, which is off of Alabama, was also a 4-story building. And at the request of staff and the commission, we did lower that to 3 stories. So this site plan has been reconfigured slightly. A couple of buildings have been flipped in order to achieve a 3-story configuration along Alabama in order to appease as much as we can the area residents and not to have a 4-story building on the street across from single family. Again, another look at the site plan. There's no way to read that. I apologize. Even if I zoomed in, it got blurred inside the PDF. You can kind of see this is the site plan that was submitted to the city. You can kind of see 6th Street at the top in Alabama running down the side there. So the big question that was asked was, what are the rents at this property? So, through the grapevine, people have come back to me and said, I heard every rent there is going to be $300. I've heard it's $200. I've heard it's whatever, $500. This is not a public housing development. Let me be very clear again. This is not a public housing development. This is not a Section 8 development. Under the truest terms of subsidized housing, that's what that is. This is a private sector, LIHTC, affordable housing development with 80% median, 80% AMI units versus the median in Orange County. So these were updated since last time, and since I've seen most of you, they have gone up significantly. The red outlines show the different income bands that will be served here. And then on the right, you'll see the rent levels. So 160 of the 195 units that we are building here will be in the bottom 2 categories, 60%, 80%. And you'll see a 3-bedroom there is $725. So this is not a development that's going to be subsidized. It's not something where people don't work. It is a development that you have to qualify to live here by proving you have the income availability to pay the rent, but also stay beneath the threshold that is intended to be, to keep it affordable and keep it serving the proper demographic. In addition to income verifying all of our folks, we do criminal background checks, we do credit checks. If anyone breaks their lease, breaks the terms of their lease in any way, shape, or form, just like anywhere else, we have the right to evict them immediately. These are not housing by right. It's not in perpetuity. It's an annual renewal, just like everywhere else in any other apartment complex you would ever be in. Back to our luxury and upscale commentary earlier. These are actual photos of properties we've built in the last few years, many of them here in Central Florida. So I don't need to go through every one of them. I'll kind of give you just a quick tour through here. Common areas, pools, as Mr. Hitt mentioned, the items you guys mentioned as luxury in your DA, we provide those as standard. Those aren't add-ons. We didn't come back and say, okay, we'll do that. That was already going to be in the plan. You can see our pools, clubhouse areas, gathering rooms, the facade of the building, library area, computer area. The bottom right, we just opened in Pine Hills at Silver Star in Pine Hills with Commissioner Siplin leading the way and Mayor Demings on that beautiful 4-story senior complex that just opened about a month ago. Theater rooms, computer labs. We have after-school programs for children in our family developments in these computer labs. We partner with Orange County Public Schools to bring in tutoring. Free printers. All the things you need that many of these families don't have, we provide. Again, more looks into what we're trying to do here. And to me, this is a very luxury upscale look. It's a product type that we firmly believe in, and we're proud of the product that we present and we provide to the communities that we work in. So with that, that's all my spiel. I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else you guys may have for me.
Any questions?
Well,
Commissioner Velasquez?
You know that I've met Mr. Jonathan Wolf a few years ago during my intern between my commissionership here. And I've always been, first, I was very impressed with the product that he does build. And not only that, you know, just from talking with him, I've actually visited some of his residents. And
Right.
I just find that I don't understand when people say luxury. And you're right, it's very subjective. I don't understand. I feel he's got a very good product. And not only does he build it, he keeps it in his portfolio. He doesn't give, you know, he doesn't sell it. And he continues to take care of all his properties. The last one that I went to was when you went to the Wellington. And, you know, I've kind of advised the residents that have been writing to us to go visit his properties. You know, we pride ourselves in one thing here in Apopka. This happens to be on our dais. Live, work, and play in Apopka. And you're right, the number one problem that we're having here, or the number one crisis that Florida, the state of Florida is having, is a housing crisis. And this housing residential facility will provide affordable homes or apartments or units to our workforce. Those are the ones that have been becoming homeless since COVID. And, you know, I'm really very proud of his product. And I feel that you are bringing in something to the city of Apopka that is so much needed for our workforce. We are growing. We have Goja, Amazon, Advent Health. And these are workers that don't earn more than $60,000 a year. They earn between $35,000 and maybe $60,000. And they all need to live somewhere. And the homes right now are $400,000 and more. They can't afford to buy a home. You know, I'm for the apartment. You know, what I'm hearing is from the residents around it is a fear. And I don't know what the fear is. When they hear the word subsidize, I don't understand what that means. I understand what rent stabilization is. You know, I lived with that most of my first half of my life in New York City. And you're right, it's not based on the government subsidizing the apartment, it's based on your salary. And you have to have a certain salary in order to live in these apartments. So when you had the did you have a meeting last night with the residents?
Yeah, very sparsely attended despite advertising, yes. And I've reached out to some of the residents that have written you folks as well, and offered, you know, to meet them at their convenience anywhere, virtually in person, and got no response back either. So I did make the effort to reach out as requested. You mentioned a couple of things I want to hit on, which I think are important here. What do people fear? People fear the unknown, right? So it's easy for me to come up here and say, I'm going to build you this beautiful product, and then to say, no, you're not. You're going to bait and switch us and build us, you know, a Section 8 project, for lack of a better term.
No, you just listed all the.
You're exactly right. If there weren't two of these developments that they could walk to, practically,
Yeah.
I'd be much more concerned. But, you know, we have two beautiful projects here that we're very proud of in Apopka. Wellington Park was actually featured. Governor DeSantis came down last minute, and I got a call at midnight from Florida Housing saying, we're going to land at 8 a.m. Can you have us go to Wellington Park? It's our favorite Central Florida project, and bring the governor there for a photo op. I know many of you were there at the time a year or so ago. So that just goes to show you, you know, what that development means, not only to us and to the city, but also to Florida Housing as well. It's a shining light in their portfolio.
It is. And, you know, I just hope that my fellow commissioners would see it that way. This is something that Apopka needs. And with us growing, I just feel that it's a place that we will be able to keep some of the workers in Apopka. And, you know, I'm for this live, work, and play. We've got to do it for everyone.
That's right.
And, you know, initially, I had some reservations, but I knew Mr. Jonathan Wolf personally. And again, he was very open, and he said, go visit. He said, unannounced, go visit all my properties, and you tell me what you see. And I will tell you that some of them have been around for a very long time.
I visited 4. And of course, Wellington is the most newest one. And I can tell you that they were all immaculate and all well-kept. And there was nothing there that I can come back and say, oh, no, they're falling apart. That was not the truth.
Thank you very much. And one last note I'll add is that this particular development is going to be even a step up from anything we've done previously.
Right.
This is 4-storied elevator with the exception of the 3-story building. Interior corridors, air-conditioned, no breezeways, air-conditioned, interior corridors. So it's not a walk-up. It's not garden style. This is a very urban type product that is even above and beyond what we've done previously.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Bankson.
Again, as I had stated before when you all were here, and thank you for coming again.
Of course.
The product that you have, I've seen it. I think it's a wonderful product. And, as I stated when we met about these things, the concern is the word that I have to keep to the people that I represent. So that's the rub. It has to be something where they feel that we're protecting their interests that we have in the developer's agreement and the concern of it being switched. I hope that we can find a place to work together with your product because it's one of the best that I've seen of this nature. And yet at the same time, unless legal can say why what we have stated doesn't mean what it says, then I don't see this as fitting there. And I hate to say that. Again, this is nothing against your product. And I think you're doing everything you can to bring it up to that standard of expectation. But it still goes to those who have already had investment there. And that's always the challenge because when we have developers come in, I love development. I love to see things move forward. But those who have already been there have their life already planted there. And when that is upturned, it's something that I feel like we can't just ignore because of what is coming in new. So I think we need to look at the bigger picture. Again, the new restaurants that are coming in, the new brewery that's coming in, they've stated great concerns that they came in investing money, investing time based upon what was in our developer's agreement. So for that to change, I just struggle with it because it's as though we're not keeping our word. And
Yeah, but
I don't know. Excuse me, just a second. I don't know if legal. I mean, again, he gave explanation that seems different than what is here.
Well,
Where are we
in
at from a
response
legal
to, I did take notes, and I had 2 specific responses to the statements that the applicant has provided. First was he made a comment regarding Mr. Glasser's interpretation, and that in regards to Orange County, they did not believe it was subsidized. However, I mean, that's fine with all due respect to Orange County's opinion. That's Orange County's opinion pursuant to rules and regulations or how it's interpreted in Orange County. When we reviewed this, the HUD definition of subsidize is very broad and expansive, and it includes many of those financial assistance and aids that the applicant here is taking, I don't want to say taking advantage, but is using in order to construct and develop the project. Under HUD's expansive definition of subsidies, the achieving and receiving funds from a housing trust, arguably it falls under the definition of a subsidy. So if I'm to take, while our term is not expressly defined, we then go to the next sources. And as in my review under HUD's definitions of subsidies, the financial assistance that this developer is receiving from the county constitutes a subsidy under HUD's definitions. And as I've expressed before to this council, CRA tax credits under HUD's definition count as a subsidy. There are many other things that you may not believe or commonly may not be considered subsidies. As HUD defines a subsidy, it does fall under such guidelines. So therefore, in order to avoid any inconsistencies with HUD's definition, the request was to remove that subsidized language from the development agreement in order for this use to be consistent with the existing development agreement. One of the second points I want to have a response to this was in clarification on what this verification form means. The applicant can come in and say, well, it comes from the Florida, I had it up, give me a second, my screensaver kicked in. It comes from the Florida Housing Trust, therefore, you should know what it is. or what that is and what that comes from. Now, we're going to the crux of the document. The document is not asking for any express or implicit approval of the proposed use that the applicant is seeking on behalf of the city. The document is merely a local government verification in which an applicant is asking, is my proposed use consistent with the existing land use and land development code? Under our land development code, the type of residential use is not an issue. We do not differentiate residential uses under the land development code. Do not differentiate between rental, ownership, high income, low income. It's residential use. How you pay for it is irrelevant when it comes to a land use matter. So all the verification form seeks is an applicant states, I am seeking X amount of units. Does this property have the land use and zoning to allow for these units? And it's a yes or no question, regardless of whether that type of use. So in responding that, yes, X amount of units are consistent with the land development code, does not constitute an express or tacit approval of the proposed site plan or the actual proposed use. Use residential. It does not go further and take that second step that is a implicit approval of subsidized housing, low-income housing. You still have to meet the requirements of the development agreement, which are tied to the land. So I just wanted to clarify that in response so that the council has the full evidence for you to then consider this matter in rendering a decision. Because we are looking at an amendment to a development agreement, it constitutes a development order. This matter is quasi-judicial, so your decision, whichever way you decide to do so, must be based on competent substantial evidence.
And Maggie, you want to stand up and I know you were moved up to the front seat here. Do you want to respond to our attorney?
Mayor, I'd be happy to respond briefly to the attorney. My name is Becky Wilson. I'm an attorney at the law firm Lowndes 215 North Eola Drive. Mayor, you know I get antsy. I also appreciate that you may have people from the public that want to speak, but just to address really quickly, and maybe to frame it up for you all when you're listening to these speakers. The way I see it, you all have three choices today. One choice is to agree with Ryan's assertion and my agreement that what we are requesting is not subsidized housing. We are providing, per the DA, the luxury apartments that the town seeks to bring people to the city center to spend money. So we are abiding by the luxury. We can talk about how many balconies you guys want, but we're abiding by the luxury. And that we are not subsidized. I find it ironic that now no one cares what Orange County said about whether or not this was a subsidy, when the reason staff emailed Orange County was to find out if Orange County thought it was a subsidy. And Orange County said, no, it's not a subsidy because it's not a reoccurring subsidy. It is a one-time payment that allows my client to finance this in a manner where they can offer reduced rents. And so I agree with your attorney when he said that land use matters usually don't implicate how much someone pays in rent, because there are a lot of laws around a local government requiring certain rents. And in fact, that's when you begin to run afoul of the Fair Housing Act, which is a federal act. So what I'm hearing you all want is what we are trying to give. And if we can give luxury apartments and we can take tax credits so that we're giving these luxury apartments at a more affordable rate to Apopka citizens, to me, that sounds like exactly what you want to have in your city center so that people have more money. We could build the exact same thing we're proposing and charge more in rent and nobody would be stopping us. To me, that's antithetical of really building a strong downtown. So number one, you can agree with us. Number two, you can agree with staff that this is somehow a subsidy, or that you just want to clean up the DA so that it's really clear. And you can say, okay, we will approve the development agreement. We'll remove the word non-subsidized, and we'll add in all this language that makes it stay luxury. Or your third option is to go with the staff recommendation to deny the development agreement change and to agree with them that this is a subsidy. So just to frame it up, to me, those are the three options before you all. We think we can move forward without a change to the DA because we do believe that we are providing consistent with that development agreement. If there's an issue with the subsidy, we just wanted to, your staff believes there's an issue with the subsidy that needed to be cleaned up, so we wanted to be transparent and be here today. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Smith.
Can I just add something?
let's
Well,
go ahead and
let
go
me
down.
just add something. That the emails that I received from the residents, they don't have an issue with an apartment building being built behind them. The thing that everyone seems to be concentrating on is the words subsidized and luxury. And that's, it's not that they don't want the apartment building, they want it. But it seems like we're stuck on two words.
That's right. And as Becky mentioned, if I was charging $3,500 a month for these units, the exact same unit I'm going to build anyway, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Hey, Mr. Smith.
Let me say, first of all, each time I receive an agenda and there is a new project on board, I go and visit each site before I ever meet with those that are requesting to meet with us individually. And so I did that in this project when it came before us before. I went and visited several of the projects that they already have under construction or already developed. And then after meeting with Mr. Jonathan and asking several questions, I understood what he was trying to do. And to me, it seems like it's a win-win for the city of Apopka that we're going to have some luxury apartments that's going to be affordable for our workforce here in our city. Many of the individuals that work in our city live outside of our city because they can't afford to live in our city. And so with this development coming, it's going to me provide an opportunity for those that work in our city to also reside in our city. And I think sometimes when we use words that they have a stigma to them, that people take it as a negative connotation, and I think that's what's tied to this project. When it came the first time, I asked if we could define the word subsidized, because in my mind, what they were doing was not subsidized, because when I think of subsidized, I think of Section 8 housing, where they're going to be receiving assistance with their monthly rent every month. And that's not the case here. And I asked that question when I met with the developer, and he said no. So I think it's an ideal project. And I think when we think of workforce housing, the individuals I think about are our police department, our fire department, our nurses, and those other individuals that we're recruiting to come to be in our city to provide jobs for our residents. And so to have a decent place to live that's affordable, I think is to the advantage of our city. And I think sometimes when we think of workforce housing and low-income housing, we want to put them somewhere in the boondocks, out of sight, out of mind. I think by having these luxury apartments next to the town center, it's going to provide an opportunity for those that are in that income bracket, the $40,000, $30,000, that they'll be able now to have some income left, that they can go to the Apopka Town Center and visit those restaurants and those establishments and make those viable businesses in our community. And so the only recommendation I would have is in reference to the balconies and the porches. I know the agreement said that all, their suggestion, I think 18%, that maybe we could look at getting to 50%. balconies and porches, and I think it'd be a viable product.
Thank you, Commissioner. A couple points of that. I don't believe the agreement says all units have balconies. It just says units have balconies. So that's, a little ambiguous, I believe, as well. I don't have it in front of me, but that's my recollection of it. And going back to your point right before that, we worked with Taurus to buy this property. They had no illusions about what we build, what product type we're bringing, what we're doing. We were forthcoming with them the entire time. I speak with them on a regular basis today. I talked to them yesterday. They know exactly what's going on. The food hall developer is a friend of mine. The guy that brought in Winn-Dixie, I know. So to insinuate that the success of those retail ventures is somehow predicated on the income levels of the folks that live in this apartment complex, I don't think is a true statement. No one would build those retail types. They're trying to capture people going by on 436 and 441, trying to capture the people 50, 60, 70,000 cars a day coming past there. The 195 units back here are certainly a bonus to create walkability to their services, but that's not the driver. I mean, they're on a super high trafficked roadway that you guys have put an intersecting light and done some other beautiful improvements to, and that's what's going to drive their success. We would love to help. I believe the residents will help, just to be clear, but that's not going to be the core success factor for them.
Mr. Nesta.
This project, you guys do offer, and I don't think that's up to debate, you guys offer a great product. And I want kind of all of us to put that through a filter. We're not looking at this as, is it a good product or is it not? I think that's indisputable. It's a great product. What we're deciding is, does this fall in line with the original developer's agreement? Is that something we want to be working with? And what my concern is that if we start changing, I mean, the city center is already different than what it was originally agreed to or what is originally supposed to be. So to go even further from that is concerning to me, especially what I call deal fatigue. The longer you get into a deal, the more people get tired, get emotional, and that costs money. So I feel that the city center somewhat has kind of deal fatigued us as a city, citizens, all of the above, and we now have to just say, just put something in. Let's just get it done. Let's wrap it up. We want to be done with it. And I think it's going to set a very dangerous precedent moving forward for other developers in the city that are trying to do the same thing of I'm not going to say prey on deal fatigue and our emotions, but that can take advantage of that we want things done now. Commissioner Velasquez, and you guys all kind of echoed the same thing, that everyone's getting stuck on luxury and non-subsidized, but I'm actually getting stuck on the final one, market rent. Attorney Wilson, you specifically stated that it was reduced rents, which I think is exactly not market rents. I know you put up a slide of CoStar. I don't know what that pulled from, whether it was Orlando MSA, whether it was
Northwest corridor of the Orlando MSA.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I went on
obviously
to
the biggest sector of.
Sure.
Yeah.
On HUD itself has a calculator for what they call market rent.
Right.
It's not ambiguous. It's not questionable. It states exactly what market rent is for Orlando MSA in 2022.
That's a fair market rent assessment. That is correct. That takes into account all three counties, Orange, Osceola, and I believe Seminole, inclusive of all the downtown corridors.
Correct.
Yep.
So with that, again, we have to base off of something that's non-ambiguous. And the numbers that you presented, we don't have it here, but on your slide, presents HUD numbers as well, that if you make this income level, we're going off of this. I assume that was an Orlando MSA as well, so it also took into account
That's right.
downtown corridor, all three counties and all that. So to use those dollar amounts to back into what a market rent is, they don't line up. So this still, I'm getting rid of subsidized, getting rid of luxury, because obviously it is luxury and that is ambiguous, but market rent, I feel, is defined. It's defined by HUD. And that's where we're at that sticking point of, do we just put in something that is an apartment complex, a great product, or do we put in something that is with what is in line with what the developer's original, amended agreement is? I feel if we keep changing what it was, then our agreements mean nothing moving forward, and I can just come in, buy a lot, and do whatever I want with it, as long as I can deal fatigue you guys long enough. That's my concern.
And I did want to bring up, you had said that that was not a criteria for those that are investing there. I spoke directly with him twice, actually this morning, to make sure I had clarity what his concerns were, and he was very direct and said that he specifically, exactly as you explained it, it has to do with what is in the present DA, and he wants to keep it there. That's
who's
where
he?
he
I'm
is.
sorry?
This is the one who's developing the restaurant area just right up on the
You
hill
have his
there.
Jeremy?
Yes.
Fair
And
enough.
so, you know, when I speak directly with the people that live there that will be most affected, and with those who have invested money there, you know, it's like, again, I'd like to see us, this is an area that I would love to see. I've really wanted to see something like this develop, but it doesn't fit what we already have there. And those who will be affected directly have expressed that they do not want to go a different route. And then it gets to the place where keeping our word for me. So it can't be something that it just feels good. Yes, everything you said I agree with as far as we want to get there. We want to do that. This is just not the right fit because of the developer's agreement. And you know, again, you expressed it very well.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and let's go to public comment.
Mayor, do you want to add to any of this?
What's that?
Did you want to add anything to this?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Let's get to public comment and we can come back. Do we have public comment?
Not on this item.
Okay.
Which one is this? Who is this?
She'll give us something.
Oh, Angie Fusey, okay.
My name is Angela Pusey, Secretary Treasurer of Charter Oaks Homeowners Association. And forgive me, but I have fatigue today. Listening to this conversation is very emotional for the residents of Charter Oaks. And you're wrong, we really don't want an apartment complex there, but we can accept one if that's what we have to do. We commend city staff on their report, agree wholeheartedly with their findings, and strongly urge City Council to adopt staff recommendation, denial of the request by Southwick Commons to amend the developer's agreement. At the February 16th City Council meeting, our HOA president, Joanna Violante, submitted the full text of our petition to City Council for the record, and each of you were emailed a copy of the same. She outlined our concerns about how possible changes in the development agreement would impact future projects. Everyone wants affordable housing. Apopka provides its fair share. Southwick's product is not at issue for us. The property they want to build on is part of our city center with special deed restrictions they assumed when they purchased it. Highland Manor affects Martin's Pond. They affect Hilton Inn, and Hilton Inn affects them. It's all interrelated parts of the whole of the city center. This proposed Southwick project will affect all other projects, both past and future, in Apopka City Center, not just housing. To be clear, we are not opposed to development on this property, providing it's done in a way that would enhance the lifestyle of our neighborhood and support the original purpose and overall concept of Apopka City Center. Subsidized multifamily apartments are not the type of development residents were promised in 2016 when envisioning Apopka. Neither is it supported by the original or the amended and restated
development agreement. We strongly oppose any changes in the development agreement that would grant Southwick or any other developer the ability to construct any type of subsidized housing on property within the city center. We ask that no variances be granted now or in the future that would compromise the development agreement, and ask City Council and staff to observe the following. Hold fast to the original vision of Apopka City Center for a safe, walkable, attractive hometown and family-friendly destination. Fulfill the spirit and purpose of the original 2016 Apopka City Center Development Agreement. Enforce the authority of the 2020 amended and restated Apopka City Center Development Agreement, and avoid long-term harm to the city and its constituents.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Any question?
I have one more thing to add.
Yeah.
In a lot of information that you all have already received from me, the RFA, that the application that Southwick filled out to get the money from the state uses the word subsidize, and it also has in there the longevity of the agreement that Southwick is making with the state to keep it subsidized. It can go up to 50 years. And that ties the whole city center into whatever that development becomes. So before you decide to change anything in the developer's agreement, you need to look at the RFA in detail. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Hi, Michelle Chase. I wasn't expecting to speak today, but I get antsy too, especially I'm glad I'm here today. Luxury, the state of great comfort and extravagant living, an inessential, desirable item which is expensive and difficult to obtain. And I thank Bankson and Nesta for catching the market value. And what I caught was, well, the paperwork didn't say they all have balconies. Luxuries, apartments have balconies. They have glass balconies. I visited a friend downtown in a luxury apartment that had a hair salon, and next to it was the dog hair salon, so she could take her Poochie next door while she's getting her hair done. There's a need, I'm sure, for affordable housing in Apopka, but this is not the place. I was part of that vision committee back many years ago and spent many hours. There is also a need for a luxury area of Apopka, an Outback, Starbucks, the Hand and Stone. The Winn-Dixie was already a shocker, so getting this, and I pulled up very quickly the HUD stuff, and it's subsidy. I mean, you're getting, the developer is saving tons and tons of money, but that should not be at the expense of this location. And the residents, we are desperate. If you're not reading on Facebook, the residents are desperate. We deserve something special, and that's what the city center is. You know, we need it. We have Taco Bells, we have dollar stores galore. Give us something luxury, something special. The pictures I remember from the vision, I met, walking around with my daughter and ice cream cones at night and Mount Dora or Winter Garden downtown. So I'm begging you to have a vision. I'm begging you to hold your standards to the standards of me and many of us in Apopka who want to stay but don't want to have to move to Winter Garden to go get a decent steak or some clothes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Michael or Jim, any last kind of comments? Okay, come on. No, it's fine. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yes, Arnold Smalley, Small World Solutions. I live in Apopka, also in Rock Springs Ridge. I listened to the presentation that he gave, and I thought, and I looked at the pictures and stuff that we've seen, and I heard Commissioner Bankston say that the apartments were luxury apartments. They look like luxury apartments. Don't misquote you.
Yeah, not that they're luxury, but it's a great product.
Okay,
Yeah.
great product. And then necessarily you said yourself, you thought you didn't have a problem with the quality of product that was going in there. You had a problem with other thing, with the market value. And my question is right now is, I think a lot of our unconscious biases are playing into this, being that you're making assumptions on the type of people that are going to be moving into these apartments, as opposed to just the apartments themselves, because the product you showed I would definitely like to live in one of those apartments, and given all the benefits of the pool and everything else, because we live in Rock Springs Ridge, half of you up there live in Rock Springs Ridge, we don't have a pool. We don't have a community center. And here, this apartment is going to have all of that. But you're focusing basically on your biases of the type of person that's possibly going to be moving in there. And that's where we need to check ourselves and say, he said to himself, the buildings that he's building could go for $3,500 a month. But they're not going to do that because they want to make it more affordable. So to me, it doesn't change the look of downtown or the city center. It doesn't change the look at all. You're more worried about who's actually going to be moving in there. And that's an assumption that could be like more crime ridden or something like that. That's what I'm hearing you guys say. I know you didn't exactly say that, and no one did. However, that's what I'm hearing sitting here in my seat, was there's more of a concern on the people that are going to be moving in there, as opposed to the type of establishment that was created or built. And that's where I find there's a problem. Because, let's say if we did charge $3,500 a month, or would you all be satisfied then? I'm asking you, Mr. Nick Nesta, would you still be satisfied then if the rent was $3,500?
If it was market rent, yeah.
And why would that be a concern? That's what I don't
I'm
understand.
concerned about just honoring what was already in place, what was promised to the citizens. I don't have any type of issue with anybody. I think that's been proven, but it's making sure that we're sticking with what was originally promised to the citizens in that area. I mean, this was a big change, especially for that area when it was larger estate homes. It was large tracts of land, no HOAs, no nothing, and then coming in now and putting a multifamily of any sort is a huge change. So to get to that point already was a struggle. So to change that again, it seems like a disservice to what was promised previously.
Okay. Well, based on what I heard him say earlier was the fact that since they still control ownership of the apartment and the people can be evicted if they do not follow those guidelines that they put in place for this apartment to keep basically the people that you wouldn't want living next door, they could remove them out if they had moved in there to do that. And I'm not saying any colors, denominations, nothing like that. I'm saying if a person comes in there being white, black, green, blue, yellow, purple, whatever, any person that moves in there that doesn't follow the guidelines or doesn't meet the criteria of what's supposed to be there, that's well respected in that area, could be removed. Is that true what you said? That's what he said. So therefore, if it's a quality product that looks like a quality product and the people in there are being represented and the lady said before she just left, and the word that was never brought up before, and she said safe. And I said, oh, there's the kicker. She threw that word safe in there. Now that goes back again. Once again, no one said it. It's about the people that move it in there as opposed to, this being a luxury product and luxury item and it being an eyesore to the community. I don't think anybody up there believes that this would be an eyesore to the community.
I don't think anybody on this dais has said that. So.
No. So therefore, I think there's more of a contingency on the biases of who's actually going to be moving in as opposed to the product itself.
No, I disagree.
No. You've had your 4 minutes.
As was stated, we're talking nurses, firemen, police. These I serve consistently. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the word that we've given to the people that are affected by it and keeping that word. That's where my bar is. And I mentioned that to you. If those who are in agreement You know, if they come together, the ones that are affected, the ones whose backyard this is going into, all the rest of this means nothing to me. Again, I've said, I'd love to work with you. I hope we can do that.
Sure.
I love the
Appreciate that.
product. I want to see workforce housing. But it goes back to the, you know, as she stated, in the was it the RFA form? I can't remember the exact form, but I went and looked through those. And it did say it was a subsidy at that time. So this goes back to the heart of what did we agree? And that's the bar that I struggle overcoming. And it's stated clearly, it's the market rent. That has to do with what we agreed with. And it's keeping that word. So.
Okay.
If you wanted clarification, I mean, if we're done with the applicant's section, I mean, to clarify what the issue is, and because we're quasi-judicial, I'm going to clarify what your kind of parameters are for your decision. I'm going to concur with the applicant's counsel. There really are to narrow down your issues. I mean, one decision would be to just deny this request for the amendment to the development agreement. That would leave the language in the development agreement as is, in regards to the style of the building, the luxury, the balconies, that issue, as well as the language that exists under the permitted uses of the development agreement, which is multifamily residential, non-subsidized market rate. If the applicant believes that they are not bringing forth a subsidized project and that they are market rate, the applicant can come in and apply, submit, and state that they're consistent with the development agreement. They'll do so at their own risk, and then we can proceed forward at that issue. Because right now, we're only discussing amending the development agreement. We're not really at the point of actually approving a development. So I want to narrow it down that there's no denial yet of any development order. They are seeking to amend the language to come forward and try to bring their project, change the language of the development agreement to arguably make theirs consistent, even though their position is that they believe they're currently consistent with the development agreement. You have an option of amending a portion of the development agreement and not amending another one. If you want to stick to the non-subsidized market rent and leave that alone, you can go and amend the language regarding luxury if it's just, percentage of balconies or those types of things to create, while it would be staff's position that the language is objective. If you want to even make it more objective, that is your prerogative to amend the development agreement. The third option is, yes, you can amend the language of the development agreement to remove, which is the applicant's request, to remove the term non-subsidized and market rate. Then it's multifamily residential. Now we proceed forward and we're looking at the concept, we're looking at an application solely for multifamily residential. To put it on the record, just to be clear, because this is when this was previously discussed, the HUD definition for subsidized housing, which was advised to staff, and I'll read it to put it into the record. And we got this from HUD's archives, and they actually reference, and I want to get the organization's name right again. They reference the Public Housing Authorities Directors Association. Subsidized housing is defined as a generic term covering all federal, state, or local government programs that reduce the cost of housing for low and moderate income residents. Housing can be subsidized in numerous ways: giving tenants a rent voucher, helping home buyers with down payment assistance, reducing the interest on a mortgage, providing deferred loans to help developers acquire and develop property, giving tax credits to encourage investment in low and moderate income housing, authorizing tax-exempt bond authority to finance the housing, providing ongoing assistance to reduce the operating costs of housing and others. Public housing, project-based Section 8 vouchers, tax credits, and state housing trust fund, and they had Seattle housing levy programs are all examples of subsidized housing. Subsidized housing can range from apartments for families to senior housing high-rises. Subsidized simply means that the rents are reduced because of a particular government program. It has nothing to do with the quality, location, or type of housing. This definition, in fact, a number of Seattle subsidized housing developments have received local and national design awards. So that is the broad-based definition that HUD references to when it comes to subsidized housing that staff has taken into consideration to bring consistency with the current language within the development agreement. So at issue is for the council to decide whether we want to, whether you want to remove that defined term in the development agreement so that whether or not a project is subsidized in any fashion of the many variances that HUD provides for subsidy, then that issue's off the table. And now we're strictly looking at multifamily housing. Or that the original intent of the developer and the city when entering into the agreement, and it's important to note that the language and the prohibition to subsidized, or the language that permitted uses only allowed non-subsidized and market rate was in the original development agreement executed in 2016 and was carried forward into the amended and restated agreement that was approved in 2020, right? I was here. Yeah, I was here.
July 15th,
So,
2020.
yes. So that language appears in the permitted use. It actually appears in the permitted uses in all in the First Amendment and second. It's on the second. This is 2020. Okay. So at that point, I mean that language is there, and that's what's at issue is whether or not you want to remove that specifically defined term or not. And based on the presentation, the staff's presentation as the applicant's presentation, again, and based because this is quasi-judicial, your decision has to be based on in order for your decision to be challenged, the challenge has to be that your decision is not based on competent substantial evidence.
Any last questions for Michael?
When you guys, because you guys have already closed on the land, correct?
Is public comment closed or still open?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry,
But,
go
but
ahead.
no, you're. Yeah.
Well, you don't count.
I don't count, right?
You're not public
Everybody
comment.
else?
You're not
I'm gonna
public
cut in line
comment.
here.
Yeah. You're good. Yes.
You guys have already closed on the land, correct?
That's correct.
So the DA is sort of like a deed restriction, if I'm in some capacity, correct?
It's beyond my pay grade.
Sure.
But there is certainly, we're aware of the DA,
Okay.
obviously. Yeah, certainly.
Did you anticipate this becoming an issue when purchasing the property or going through due diligence or anything like that?
We knew about it, right? But again, we contest that our program that we went into is not a subsidied program by the general definition of our industry, right? So I heard the lawyer, Mr. Reed, something apparently from the Seattle Housing Authority, referenced Seattle multiple times, which is fine. I don't have a legal opinion or an IRS letter for you today to prove my point, but I can assure you within the industry, the nomenclature, subsidized means Section 8 of the IRS tax code. Section 42 of the IRS tax code is what we deal with. So we don't believe we're in the Section 8 bucket, for lack of a better term. We are Section 42. Again, the tax credits we receive provide equity for the development, right? So they're awarded to us. Syndicators buy them. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Google, Warren Buffett, every main investor in the United States buys them to provide equity for these and their own tax reduction for their own companies. So we're taking those proceeds and providing equity for our development. So, to say equity is a subsidy means, every person with equity in their house is providing a subsidy. An FHA loan is anything could be a subsidy, right? So you've really opened, a whole bunch of different Pandora's box here of what we can lump into that program. Again, we assert that we are ready and willing to move forward. I heard the attorney say, we can submit our drawings. We have submitted our drawings. I have an email here that says we're not going to look at anything until the DA is resolved. So I'm at a dead standstill. And again, before Becky gets up here, I'll let her finish. But I want to reiterate this comment here. The non-subsidized market rent requirement that's in the DA reflects the original DA approval to assure luxury or upscale rentals. Okay? You guys really need to think about that for a second. You've basically told me that the reason you've got the non-subsidized language in there is because you want people that make more money and pay more rent to live there. That's a problem.
Let me go back. So so your plans are being held right now?
I believe my site plan has been submitted, as my understanding. Yes.
It's upstairs, it's on hold until the DA is clarified.
Is that common for us to do?
If something, we can't review something if it can't be approved. I mean, it's,
So that's a common
yes,
practice for us. Okay.
yeah.
All right. And then have you ran into anything else like this before where it's any other projects where you had issues with a DA specifically or a
I've run
municipality?
into people standing in the way of our developments before because of similar reasons that I believe I'm hearing from the community today. We overcame those. It was arduous, and I do not wish to repeat that, but, you know, we have other avenues to move forward.
And additionally, is there any other avenue that you guys can pivot to doing a market rate in this area?
This deal has been funded by, as we mentioned, Florida Housing, Orange County. The Orange County Housing Finance Authority has committed to this. This project is very, very important to many folks around Orange County, not to mention the 195 families and folks that would live there from this immediate area. So to ask us to forego all that and to switch to a market rate product simply because what I'm hearing is that I'm not charging enough rent, I don't believe is a good solution path.
Thank you.
Mayor, let me respond a little bit to Commissioner Nesta's questions about what we knew. And welcome to your first meeting. So to catch you up a little bit on this, and there are people at this dais that know way more than I do, but the city owned this particular piece of property. There was the previous DA for the city center, and then on July 15th, 2020, there was the updated DA that we're talking about today. In November of the same year is when we asked staff to sign our Florida Housing Finance Corp. Local government verification letter. So all the way back in November 2020, and their knowledge is not imputed to the entire city, but the planning staff knew that we were seeking tax credits back in November of 2020. At some point, I don't have the Taurus contract with the city, but at some point, the city, Taurus used one of their options to purchase this piece of property or to go under contract to purchase it. We received our state funds in June of 2021. That's $8.6 million. We then responded after that to an Orange County, I believe it was a RFA, and we were awarded another $2 million in September of 2020 from Orange County. We went under contract then to purchase from Taurus. So city was going to sell to Taurus. We were then going to simultaneously close. There was an Apopka chief article about our award. There were questions amongst the city. And so Ryan, and I actually watched it this morning, Ryan came before this board. Everyone was here except you.
I was sitting back there, but I was
you were
here
sitting
for,
back
I was
there.
here
Okay,
for it.
you got a different view. So as on October 6, 2021, everyone at the city at that point knew that the intent was for us to purchase from Taurus and to build this type of housing, and the city went through with its sale to Taurus on November 1st. And after they sold to Taurus, we closed the next day. So I'm just saying, from where we stand, we feel as though we were transparent about what we intended to do, and I wanted to share with you how that lined up from a timing standpoint. And as Ryan said, I mean, we have at risk not only the $10.6 million that's been awarded to us, that is not a single penny that comes out of the city of Apopka for us to use to finance this. And we feel as though we did rely on the execution of that verification, on the sell to Taurus, understanding what our intent was for building from the city, and we want to clean this up, and if that's either, have you all acknowledge that you don't believe it's subsidized and move forward as is, or change that language in the DA. And then one of the reasons we don't run up against this a lot is, I'm going to tell you, I've practiced law at Lowndes, doing land development for 20 years, and I've never seen a city put in writing that they were requiring market rate rent, because that's generally opposed to the state and federal constitution to tell someone how much rent they have to charge for their piece of property, right? If I own a home and I want to rent it, I can rent it for market rate. I can rent it for less than market rate. So there are a lot of prohibitions against that. I wasn't here. I never spoke to your city attorney who gave this group the advice that it was okay to put that in a DA. So I don't know what their reasoning is. But the answer is this is pretty uncommon for us to run up against.
Might have been Cliff Shepherd, right?
That was probably Cliff, yeah, it was before I got
Yeah.
there too.
Yeah. Okay.
As a note, Cliff has done this longer than I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we will close the public hearing, and I got a couple of things I want to bring up, and we need to go back in history, and I think everybody's been here long enough to. So we go back to, I guess, we started assimilating this property in '05 and '06, which I can tell you, I would never have, if I were here and sitting in this seat, we'd never purchase property to do a development. So we spent $4 million acquiring all the property there at the, quote, the town center. So $4 million, and then almost 20 years later, we're gonna sell it, the 20 million now turns into 4 million. So we've lost $16 million along the way. But the thought was that this was gonna be our town center, this was gonna be the marquee, the place that you want to go for the city of Apopka. If you got Martin's Pond, we've got, the Highland Manor, I mean, what a beautiful setting. That's what people, if they came up with a reason to spend $20 million, that was everybody's vision in 2005 or 6, whenever the years were that we bought the property. So you fast forward, and I still wasn't here when we had the developers agreement with Taurus and to purchase the property for the $4 million, and we started to look, okay, what can we do? And so it's kind of sat, idle, hadn't done a lot, and we've got the hotel finally built right in the middle of COVID, and we're able to, they're very successful. So the Hilton Garden Inn is doing extremely well. That's not enough. That's not what people wanted with this town center. So we get to the point now that Taurus, and I can tell you along the way, Taurus was beating me up over affordable housing within a half a mile of here. I mean, they were relentless on me about it. And I said, if it's zoned for that, if it's zoned for apartments, it's zoned for multifamily, they have every right to do that. Every right to do that. So anyway, the developer's agreement is what it is, and before I got here, which included luxury apartments, it included non-subsidized, 192, 195, I'm not, and with all the amenities, including the balconies. So you go and say, okay, now we had the group come in and look at the property. So Southwick and comes in and said, okay, we're gonna put an option on it. I don't remember what date the option was put on the property. But it seems to me that if you've got an option on the property, you'd want to go to the city and say, hey, Jim Hitt or Michael Rodriguez, here's what we're planning on doing before you exercise the option. We never gave agreements. We never told anybody, okay, we're all in. We're all in. We're good with that. So here we are. We closed on the property when you knew there were issues. We knew there were, may or may not get through a change in developer's agreement, may or may not, the term subsidized may or may not be a part of this project, but so here we are now. We've sold, you've purchased the property. Taurus is now, and I guess there's even some thought whether Taurus, that they've now violated their agreement. And so we get to the point where, you just see this ending badly at some point where we all end up in court. But all that to be said is, I don't think anybody on this dais is against the product. The product is beautiful. And I'll tell you that when I was on the county commission for those 3 short years, I approved the Wellington Park, which is less than a mile away from my house. So got no problem with affordable workforce, whatever you want to call it, housing. So it's not, and I don't think anybody up here would say anything different. But what the people expected when, in 2006, when we spent $20 million, and what they've expected 4 years ago and what they expect today, is that this is our crown jewel. And will our affordable housing, or the people that meet those thresholds, are they going to go to Starbucks and buy a $4 cup of coffee? Or are they going to go to, the food hall and buy a couple of beers and and a taco? That's the question. And we've had, the Taurus group and Jeremy and even the Starbucks. I mean, they've questioned, okay, what we're looking for luxury. We're looking for people that can walk to our downtown and get a cup of coffee, and they don't mind spending $4 or $5 or buy a beer after work or whatever. So that's where I think that was the intent. It's been, I think, crystal clear, I think, all the way along the way. And it's the only property in the city of Apopka that has this kind of an agreement on it. The only one that you could pick that we could turn you down. I mean, if it's zoned for apartments, you can put affordable housing anywhere in the city of Apopka. We only have one place in the city of Apopka that affordable housing is not permitted under a DA agreement. I didn't set up the DA agreement. I didn't buy the property. I'm not selling the property. But the commitment from the city, the citizens, has to be that, we're going to live up to the agreement that goes all the way back to 2006. So that's kind of where I'm at. And so I want to go, Michael, I want to go back one. So we've got the three options, and so I want to make sure we're all clear on that.
Or four. What's luxury? And just keep the luxury part.
Oh, no, that's, no, only three. Yeah, right. The three options are decline to amend the developer's agreement, so the developer's agreement stays status quo.
And at that point, they could still.
They could if they come in and make their application and argument and state, we are not subsidized, we are not. I just blanked on the other. We're not subsidized, and we are market rate. They can proceed forward, and at that point, it's for you as a council to make a determination whether they are consistent or inconsistent with the development agreement, and therefore trying to get a use approved that, according to the developer's agreement, is not permitted. Option two is you can, because there's two provisions of the developer's agreement at issue. One is the permitted use, which is under the exhibit of the development agreement, which lists the permitted uses. The other is the standards, the development standards in the development agreement on luxury. You can tweak that to seek what they're seeking, that, you can have 50% of the units have balconies or a certain percentage, and those types of development and design standards. Those can be amended, or you can not do that, and you can only amend the permitted uses. Since there's two items up for amendment, you can do both. You can do one or the other. The third option is to grant the request for the amendment to the development agreement, strike the language in the permitted uses that limit residential, multifamily residential to non-subsidized and market rate, as well as amend the design standards that are listed in the developer's agreement. So it's a no, I guess maybe the easiest way, it's a no, it's a yes, no, or it's a no, no, yes, no, yes, yes. I guess maybe that's the easiest way to describe what's on the table for you guys.
I had one final question for the applicant. Are your LIHTC credits and the 10.6 tied to this site, or are you
Yes.
able to?
No,
So
they're not fungible. They're
it
tied
has
the
to be
site.
this.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Again, the point that you made several years ago with Taurus, I remember sitting down across the table in the same issue and discussion with me, less than half a mile away from there. And he said, and I was fighting to bring in some workforce housing because we had someone at that time that was going towards that. And they basically tried to somewhat intimidate that, well, we're trying to develop this and you're doing that there. I said, well, if you want it, then you need to buy that property. And because the fact of the matter is we're not against these things. These are some things that we need in this city, but we can't go against what we've already agreed. It's breaking our word. So that's, again, as I've stated before, that's You know, and as early as this morning, the developers, that's why we came here, because we read this development agreement, and this was what was stated, and this is part of what we depend on, and we don't want to see this changed. The people that live there don't want to see it changed. It affects their investment as well and their lifestyle, and, you know, as I would respect anyone in any part of this city in that same measure, we have to do that here. That's where I'm at.
Okay, well. So when he said, Commissioner Nesta, when you said 10.6, what does that mean? Can you?
They got approximately $8 million in Florida housing, and then $2 million from Orange County to do this product, to do it, their product that they're.
Specific project.
Correct.
So, Michael, you said this was quasi-judicial. So, Taurus sold the parcel, they bought it, they own it. Where does that leave us with this amendment? If we say, leave the amendment as is,
By stating it's quasi-judicial, it's really going to affect what are the options for the applicant or any other party to appeal any decision on the part of the council, and then what is that standard of review for examining the decision of the council. It's different from, in this case, you're not acting in a legislative fashion, you're acting in that quasi-judicial fashion. So therefore, your decisions have to be based on competent, substantial evidence. If you're acting in a legislative function, your decision solely has to be reasonable. And somebody challenging that decision has to deem that your decision is unreasonable. In this case, somebody challenging this decision, whatever decision you elect to make, that challenger is going to have to prove that your decision is not based on the competent, substantial evidence that you have deemed supports your decision.
so now the applicant says he's not subsidized, and you're saying that he is subsidized.
No, I'm not saying any, I am not saying either. I am stating the staff's position is what the definition, what we deem, that what we advised staff as to what what subsidized means using HUD's archives and what their glossary of affordable housing terms. You can elect to decide, no, we think subsidized means X. And as if that and present the evidence you have to support that decision. I'm not telling you this is, I am advising you, staff has treated subsidized housing and has used as a guideline to establish such a definition because we don't have that term defined in the development agreement. We use the guidance of how HUD, in their glossary of affordable housing terms, they deem that subsidized housing is a very generic term and it's very broad and very expansive to include many things to either assist an actual tenant in being able to afford a residential unit or to assist a developer in reducing their costs in order for them to supply an affordable housing unit. If they elected, if they on their, hypothetically speaking, if they came in and did not receive any governmental assistance and decided we can develop something and make a profit by constructing an apartment, a luxurious, what they would term a luxurious apartment complex, and we can charge rents between $200 and $1,400 and make a profit, they would be able to do so and without any without any incentivize or incentives or assistance, they can come in, under what the expansive definition of HUD's subsidized housing, they can argue it's not subsidized. But in this case, they are receiving funding from outside sources in order to assist them to reduce the amount of funding that they're providing themselves in order to be able to provide and present a lower priced product to the market. And under HUD's expansive definitions, that falls as a subsidy.
No, we're done, yes. Any other?
So the thing with me is Taurus knew when they were selling that parcel to Wendover, the product that they were going to build. There was no secret about that.
Well, Windover knew also. about the
Yeah,
DA
but they,
agreement.
I cannot opine as to what Taurus did or did not know, or Wendover did or did not know. I am here to provide you counsel as to what the defined terms under, what would be the terms to be interpreted under our development agreement, under our code, and under the guidelines. I will not opine as to, I've been reading on a lot on Watergate. I cannot opine as to who knew what and when did they know it. I do not know who knew what and when they knew it.
Well, and even that, I mean, we're not talking about a non-sophisticated buyer, and we're not talking about a non-sophisticated seller. Both of them have hundreds of millions or billions of dollars worth of property. So both buyer and seller knew exactly what they were doing, what they were getting into. I mean, I don't think, it's not like selling somebody a piece of dirt, say, hey, you may or may not be able to put a mobile home on that. I mean, we're talking accredited investors with big money that obviously knew, what they were facing. So I think it's naive to think that that both parties didn't know what that developer's agreement looked like. And I think, and my point is that if I were Windover, okay, you got the option, I would have immediately tried to get that resolved before I ever purchased it, because they could have sold the option, or they could have built luxury apartments. Either one would have been possible before. They could have just transferred the option to another buyer. But so anyway, I think we've gone about as far as we can go. If I'm looking for somebody to make a motion.
And again, I wish Angie was still here to bring it up, because I've gone through the pages and pages that she sent us, that this was referred to in the beginning process as a subsidy. So it goes back to undermining the very argument that's here. So I'm willing to make a motion to deny and keep it according to the developer's agreement.
Okay, got a motion?
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson, second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
nay,
So we have, it's a 3-2 vote. We have Commissioner Bankson, Mayor Nelson, Commissioner Nesta in the affirmative, and Commissioner Velasquez and Commissioner Smith in opposition. Okay. Next up, Richard.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Earp, your city engineer. I've just got a few words of introduction to change the subject to stormwater, and Mr. Thomas is here to give the bulk of the presentation. And most of you heard this introduction before. I've just got a little bit more that I didn't say the first time, but let me just remind you that the city of Apopka has been collecting stormwater fees since the 1990s. Over at least the past decade, the stormwater fee has not increased at all.
I'm sorry, you know
Yes,
what,
ma'am.
I really need a 2-minute break, just because I have
You
to go to the bathroom.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Please,
right,
5
we'll
minutes.
do it.
I really do. We've
Take
been sitting here a long time.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, Richard.
Also, over the past decade, the city has only utilized a very small percentage of the funds collected. So in order to modernize the city's stormwater program, the stormwater fee also needs to be modernized in order to provide resources to have dedicated staff inspect and map the stormwater system. That's extremely important. And believe it or not, right now, we don't know where the entire stormwater system is or what condition it's in. Also, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has a long list of regulatory requirements that haven't at least been well documented over the years at all. Things like proactive stormwater pipe inspections, staff to look for illicit discharge and dumping, which includes blowing leaves down into the stormwater inlets into the system, construction inspection, construction projects getting dirt out on the road, someone to enforce that, public education, industrial high-risk inspections, and the most important part of all that is to document that our compliance as we go along, so that if DEP ever wants to see evidence, we have it. So, of course, also, after we know where the stormwater system is, we need dedicated staff to increase the cleaning, repair, and replacement of the stormwater system. The last thing that DEP is requiring more of here of late is projects that include water quality for our natural lakes, springs, and rivers. So on the first exhibit, I show you here down on the left-hand, bottom left-hand corner, that's Dream Lake. So just this past spring, the city of Apopka implemented the Dream Lake Baffle Box project. And what a baffle box does is historically the water on the north side of Dream Lake just flowed straight into the lake. All of the leaves and the dirt and whatever else was on the road and stormwater runoff flowed directly into the lake. So now we have what's called a nutrient separating baffle box. So all that water and whatever comes with the water that would have flown straight into the lake now goes through a baffle box. There's chambers in the baffle box to collect that material and we dispose of it not in the lake, we dispose of it at the landfill. So that captures the dirt, leaves, things of that nature. The other thing that it captures is there is dissolved nitrogen and phosphorus in the stormwater, and that would otherwise go directly into the lake, but the baffle box also has what's called bold and gold. It's an upflow filter system so that the bold and gold captures and binds the nitrogen and phosphorus so that it doesn't get into Dream Lake. Then to just kind of talk you through the stormwater system. So in Dream Lake, the stage of Dream Lake comes up. It flows under Park Avenue and through an open swale at Apopka Middle School. It then flows through a pipe system at Apopka Middle School into a wetland and then into Lake McCoy. When Lake McCoy gets high enough, it flows over a large concrete weir just south of Sandpiper Road. After the water goes over the weir, it flows under Sandpiper Road into a lake that is called Lake Caroni. Lake Caroni is sometimes dry, but it is a lake recognized by the state of Florida. So when Lake Caroni fills up, it actually flows through the Wekiva Woods subdivision, through an open ditch system, and then it flows to Welch Road, flows beneath Welch Road and into Lake Pravat. And then from Lake Pravat, the water flows into the Wekiva Springs State Park and into the Wekiva River. So water quality treatment that we do in Dream Lake helps all those lakes and wetlands along the way. Also on this slide, two other things that we've done over the last year is that the Lake McCoy Oaks stormwater pond, that subdivision had not maintained their pond for whatever reason. And so the Level Terrace stormwater pond, the subdivisions were supposed to be maintaining them. They hadn't, so the city had taken over those ponds, and we've done some initial maintenance, and we're going to continue to fund the water quality treatment that's important in those ponds because those ponds also discharge ultimately off to the Wekiva River. I got one additional slide that wasn't in your package last week when we sent it, but it's a simple slide, and it talks about the difference between reactive and proactive maintenance. So this is Kitland Nelson Park. You'll see kind of on the bottom left-hand part of the slide. And there's two different systems I want to talk about. The one in green is on the lower part of the slide. So what we've got is we've got a corrugated metal pipe that runs from First Street, kind of near the splash pad, underneath the West Orange Trail to the Fran Carlton Center. So we'll talk about Fran Carlton Center in a minute and why we looked at that. But while we were looking at Fran Carlton, we realized that this pipe under the West Orange Trail, it was corrugated metal pipe. The whole bottom of the pipe had rusted out. It was dirt on the bottom. And so if the concrete West Orange Trail hadn't have been on top of it, it probably would have seen some erosion on the earth around and potential damage to the West Orange Trail. But we've caught that one early. What we've done is we've put a liner in the pipe. It's a fiberglass liner. You can inject that into the pipe and it expands it where you don't decrease the capacity of the pipe by very much at all, but then you get another 50 or 75 years of useful life out of that existing pipe. So that was a proactive project. That cost about $94,000 to line that pipe from First Street to the Fran Carlton Center under the West Orange Trail. And then the area in red that you'll see up above, that was the reason we went into the area in the first place, is that we had the parking lot at the Fran Carlton Center begin to collapse, and we knew that the pipe went under the corner of the building, and the building was partially damaged. I can show you what some of those things looked like there. So although we fixed the pipe for $80,000, we ended up having to then reactively fix the parking lot, the hole in the parking lot that you see in the left picture. That was $55,000. And we're still working on quotes to repair the building. We're getting close. The trick is that the building, in the middle picture, you can see the two wooden 2x4s. Those mark where the stormwater pipe goes under the building, and we want to make sure we don't put a hole in the new stormwater line, the stormwater pipe. So we're having to be careful with foundation stabilization companies, but that's going to cost us about $20,000. So in this Fran Carlton example that I showed in red on the previous slide, you know, that reactive maintenance cost about twice as much as it would have if we would have inspected the pipe and known it was damaged and gotten ahead of it in a proactive way. So with that, I'll introduce Henry Thomas to go through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
And Henry, since I think we've gone through all of this up till about, last couple of slides. If you just, I think, if everybody's good, I'd like to just go to the last four slides or something, if that's okay.
Okay, all right.
Perfect.
So I've got a few things I want to share that are critical things, but let's go to, let me go here.
Yeah, we ended up like with revenue requirements, I think.
Let's look. And I know you've had this in advance and have had a chance to ask questions. Just want to point out that part of what the funding increase is going to fund is 4 new employees, an MS4 coordinator, an inspector GIS analyst, and 2 maintenance workers. That cost right there is almost $400,000 annually, and that's one of the benefits in order to maintain compliance and get on top of the program and move it towards that proactive program that the funding increase will provide. Just also in addition, at least preliminary, over the next 5 years, about $10.8 million worth of projects have been identified. This is a listing of them. We've separated them between projects that we want to fund annually from revenues because they're recurring, and other one-time projects that we feel like we're recommending you pursue some debt funding with SRF, because you can amortize that over 20 years at a very low interest rate, and it'll help mitigate rate impacts. And as I told a number of you, this industry is looking at the need more and more to use debt financing because of the cost of projects and the importance of maintaining regulatory compliance. So the other issue I want to point out, in the study, one of the things we were tasked with was to determine what the definition of an equivalent drainage unit is. So when we bill stormwater services in the city of Apopka, there's a two-part rate. One is an annual base charge of $15, and then there's a charge per equivalent dwelling unit. And for residential, single-family residential, that's $10. So your current annual fee is $25 for single-family residential. That equivalent residential dwelling unit is then used to satisfy the requirement that we have a apportionment, fair apportionment, and uniform assessment approach, so that all commercial properties, we measure their impervious area, which is what the drainage unit's based on. Impervious area is that area that won't allow water to percolate through. And so that EDU affects not only the resident's bill, but the commercial bill as well. Well, when we originally started this, your EDU definition was 2,634 square feet. Now, when we're talking about impervious area, this slide just shows we're talking about driveways, sidewalks, patios, pool collars, and the footprint of the home under roof. It doesn't include living space, because if it was a two-story home, you would remove the second story, if you will, from the impervious calculation. What we found, we measured every commercial property in the city to make sure that they were being billed properly in terms of what their impervious areas are. In addition, we sampled 1,000 single-family residents, and our evaluation showed that the current class of single-family property is really 3,600 square feet of impervious area, not 2,634. That, of course, has an impact on non-residential development, because, again, they're measured and that quantity is not changing. If we raise that EDU, it would result in impacts to non-commercial as well. So to come up with a fee, we looked at the fact that many of your homes in the city, in the core, that have been here for many years are not the reason why that number went from 2,634 to 3,600. A lot of it is newer development or bigger homes. So we're proposing two alternatives for your consideration we'd like some guidance on this evening. One is we can continue to do what you've done in the past and do a one-size-fits-all approach, one EDU for each single-family home, or the alternative is to have a tiered analysis, where, and this is just an example of different properties within the city and what we're talking about, where we've got a tier 1, a tier 2, and a tier 3. Tier 1 would be 0 to 2,800 square feet, so that's kind of currently with the definition of what an EDU is today. We would call that 0.7 EDUs if we adopt the tiered rate. 24% of the properties in your single-family properties would fall in that category. From 2,800 to 4,700, that compromises about 53%, and they would be treated as one EDU. And then 4,700 square foot and above is another 23%, and they would be equivalent to 1.5.
And just so you know, that this impervious area, that's not the square footage of the house. That's
Right.
the impervious
That's right.
surface.
It's
Yeah,
the-
just
it's
so everybody. Yeah.
the
It's
slab.
in fact the hard surfaces
Correct.
that water can't
Yeah,
percolate
yeah,
through.
yeah.
He did,
So
he
this
ed-
is-
he educated us.
So what we would do is we would put all your residential, single-family residentials into these three categories, and then the rate would be according to these EDU factors of 0.7, 1, and 1.5. So what does this all look like? I'd like to take you to this one here, since we're gonna move through this fairly quickly. And right now, let me back up 1 second, if you don't mind. I wanna go back to talk about why we need to raise stormwater rates. In 2022, this chart shows your operating expenses as budgeted in 2022, and those capital projects that you were funding in 2022, including the Dream Lake project and others. And that's in the blue portion. And then these are the projected requirements going forward from 23 to 27. As we said, we're recommending some of those projects be debt funded. And so what this is showing is the black dashed line is the revenues, and the bar chart represents the expenditures. So in 2022, you were budgeted to spend $1.5 million. You only collected about $500,000. That difference came out of those reserves that Richard mentioned had built up over the years, they're effectively gone now. We're spending those reserves today since we haven't raised the rates yet. So when we look at our rate going forward, and this is gonna look at all the single-family options. Currently, it's $25 a year for that household, and that's for all household sizes. We're recommending that $25 is approximately $2.08 a month. We're recommending to go to $60, which is $5 a month, or $60 a year. And then if you do the tiered rate approach, tier 1 would be $52.80. Tier 2 would be 1 EDU, so that's $60. It would be equivalent to the single-family flat rate. And then the larger homes would pay $6 a month, or $72 a year. And the reason I keep referring to monthly is a lot of your peers in the industry and in other communities near us charge on a monthly basis through utility bills. You do an assessment on the annual property tax bill. Through 2027, that charge for a single EDU would rise to $72. The small home would pay $63.30, and the larger homes would pay $86.50. And that's to fund not only the increase in operating expenses associated with new employees, but also the capital projects that we have built into the plan for your stormwater program. So where does that put us? Well, right now today, on a rate comparison on flat rates, Apopka is to the far left at just over right at $2.08 a month. And even with the proposed rate that we're asking you to consider for 2023, that number would go up to just over $4 a month, or again, $5 a month, or $60 a year. The dash line is the average, and these are fairly local communities. We didn't go pick the ones in southeast Florida that are paying a lot more, or our coastal communities, but in here is Mount Dora, we've got Winter Garden in here, Maitland, City of Orlando, and you can see where your rates are compared to the rest. Now, if you go with the tiered rate proposal, I would like to point out to you that the bars in orange would be the 2023 rates. So again, you see the smaller home, it would be just to the right of the current $2.08 charge, and then the tier 2 rate is next to that, and then the tier 3 rate jumps up. Now, if we go to the 2027 numbers, that's the numbers in yellow. And the point of this chart I wanted to demonstrate for you is even by 2027, the largest homes would still be paid less than the $9 amount, which is the average of the communities in this survey. So I think the fact that you have very low rates, we can raise those rates and still provide a service in a price that's very competitive with surrounding communities. So if we do that, you can see here the blue dash line now is the new revenue source, and it meets the revenue requirements. And in 2024 in particular, before the debts come on with those projects, it allows us to build our reserves back up a little bit. You can see that the blue dash line exceeds the cost in that 1 year. So this just shows you right now, based on the budget, what your balances would look like. You're essentially running out of reserve balance. So what you did in 2022 is not sustainable. And so finally, conclusions and findings and recommendations is you need to increase inspection and maintenance levels of service to comply with state and federal regulatory requirements. The existing stormwater fees are not adequate to fund operations and maintenance and capital needs as identified. We recommend adoption of the assessment rates based on the projected revenue requirements over time. However, tonight what we're going to ask for your permission is to put the 2023 rate on the property tax roll on the trim notice, and then we can phase in rate increases over the next 5 years. So our request is we'd like to get direction from council on which rate structure you prefer, the flat rate or the tiered rate, because when we do the trim notice, we have to identify each property owner of what they were paying, what they would pay on a property by property basis. The trim notice will let us do that cost effectively, but the trim notice is due to the appraiser by July 1, so we need to start moving forward. You're not adopting the rates at this point. We're asking you to give us guidance and allow us to move forward and put it on the trim notice so that we can get it billed in next year's property tax records. The final roll is due September 15th, so you'll have time through the process to have a public hearing to further assess these rates. So again, we're looking for permission to put these proposed rates on the roll for the trim notice. We would prepare a new assessment roll once we get your direction there that we can provide by July 1 for trim. And then we have between then and September 15th to approve it, plus to finalize the roll, because there's always some minor changes that go on from the trim notice to the final notice. So that's what we're here for tonight, and I hope I did it all.
Good job, Henry.
Great
All right,
job.
Commissioner Nesta, we'll start with you.
Yeah, we've already met and spoke. A couple questions that I had and that you guys had answered, and one that was really concerning to me was that the question was, are we not conducting inspections and maintenance currently as required? And that's really concerning to me, is that we're not even keeping the minimum.
Well-
and that's a problem.
Well, let me just say this, that Richard did a masterful job to keep DEP from putting us into a consent order, which that's when they really slap you on the wrist. We committed to do the inspections. We've got that, will be coming up yeah, really soon. And with that, that gives us the, Orange County is waiting on us. We're the only city left that hasn't done they're gotten the inspections or have been completed, the 10-year inspection cycle. So, yeah, it's very timely.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure, obviously, moving forward, that we're being proactive versus
Correct.
reactive, because it costs us a lot more money to be reactive. So let's make sure we're staying ahead of that moving forward. But otherwise, I guess personally for me, I like the tiered approach. I think it kind of makes sense how that is balanced between different homes. Homes that are in kind of that downtown corridor that are smaller, that have been here for 50, 60 years, shouldn't be paying the same amount that some other homes are, than the newer ones that take up a little bit more space. So my thought.
So I would also say, I do think that the city has started to turn around that investment in stormwater. The only problem is we're doing it in 2022, using up your reserves. And again, that's not going to be sustainable to maintain that.
Not at all.
Commissioner Smith.
I too agree that the tier rate looks to be the best, that way everybody's paying their fair share and not putting the burden on those that have the smaller homes. And so it's my assumption that this rate that I see that's listed for 2023 would be the rate that we are going to give you the authorization to advertise, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Commissioner Banks?
Yeah, of course, with our meeting the same there, it's only fair that people who have a smaller home shouldn't pay what people who have a larger home. So the tiered approach is the best. And right now, we can't make it exact. We don't know the exact. That's too much. Maybe in the future, as we were discussing, there may be some way to know exactly what square footage of each home is. So the tiered approach is the best way, and as far as
It'd be very administratively burdened to try to have a separate fee
Exactly.
for every home.
Exactly.
But you do in effect have a separate fee for every business, but there's a lot fewer of them.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right, in the future, we'll probably move towards a more accurate assessment of each property and not have to put them in categories.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, it's one size fits all, so this is an improvement. It's fair in my view.
And just to add on, we're looking at the incremental approach by year. The first year for the lower tier is basically $2.32 a month more that it will cost people. If we went all the way to what you want to charge in 2027, it's only an 87-cent difference for that home. So when we get to that point of what we need to do, as Commissioner Nesta said, we've got to make sure we're not behind that curve. And so this is one of those things we need to get ahead of this aggressively, but not too much that it's going to be onerous. But I don't think it is when we really break down those numbers.
So once we have identified more carefully our assets that we have to maintain, and we have done the condition assessment, we'll, one, know how to spend our money more wisely, but we'll also know the real magnitude of the problem, which may be bigger than what we're looking at in this budget. And that's why we're only asking you to do the 2023 rates. If you move forward to borrow money from SRF to fund some of these projects, we may have to, in the next few years, ask you to do a multi-year rate, or at least one that can sustain for multi-year and prove to the lender we can pay those debts back.
Yeah,
So
and-
for now, we're asking for 2023.
And the closer we can get to that, the less we have to borrow, which again is good in the long run.
So first, I want to say thank you because I didn't understand what EDU was, and you had spent a large amount of time with me. And when we got finished, I also agreed that the 3-tier will work for us to start. And again, kind of just what everyone said was, we don't want to impose a 1-tier rate on the smaller homes or a medium home. So I like the way you have them in category, because each category will pay what's fair in their category for the
So
EDU.
since these rates throughout Florida are on the rise
Right.
because of the problems we're trying to deal with on drainage, this rate concept is fairly new, but it is being implemented around the state. And almost all the studies I do, this is an option people want to look at. So I think it's going to be the wave of the future, because when the dollars get more significant, one size fits all doesn't seem to
No.
be as fair.
No. So I think we all agree that the 3-tier is how we want to start.
Yeah, I just want to kind of just give you some highlights. I think if, when we move forward with this project, and we get, whatever the rate we settle on, we'll come back, and then we'll have money that we need to have for the operating costs, which are the 4 employees, and for things that got to be fixed, the reactive things. But then we'll know how much we have to be able to bond. I know the rate we did on the wastewater treatment plant was like 0.9, so interest is really good. But one of the other things that you need to realize is that the state passed a bill last year, 2020, where you now we have to have a analysis of all of our infrastructure, and then what's the timetable to start fixing those pipes that are 40 years older. I mean, it's a pretty high hurdle we're going to have to meet relatively soon. So better, to start now and try to fix it before it becomes even a bigger problem.
Right, and obviously the state is saying that communities, they're not going to allow communities to neglect infrastructure.
Correct.
Now, that particular rule is water, wastewater, but you can bet there's going
It's
to be a
coming.
stormwater one right behind it. Yeah. So, and the other thing I'll tell you is that some of my communities have elected to set maintenance standards that are higher than the minimums inspection standards, because that's what they want for their community. They want the ditches cleaner more often, things like that. So as this evolves and you mature and get more focused on stormwater, you can have those discussions in the future about how often you should be maintaining ponds and things like that. Right now, we're really only targeting minimum compliance.
Okay. All right. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? All right, if not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to authorize the staff to move forward with the adoption of proposed stormwater assessment rates.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Appreciate you. Okay, ordinance number 2867.
Ordinance number 2867, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending ordinance number 2780, which is known as the Rubright Plan Development, PD. Generally located west of North Orange Blossom Trail, north of Hogshead Road, and west of Orlando Apopka Airport, comprising 424.46 acres, more or less, providing for directions to the Community Development Director, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Jim?
No changes.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2867.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second?
second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2918.
Ordinance number 2918, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, is hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by Wanda Sue McCarthy, located west of Plymouth Sorrento Road, south of Haas Road, and east of State Road 429, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Gene, any changes? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2918.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Okay.
second
Second.
by Commissioner Velasquez.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a yes, a
No,
no, or
yeah.
what.
I was like,
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries
I actually
unanimously.
thought out loud about something. I'm second.
Okay, 2919.
Ordinance number 2919. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida. Owned by David L. Backel, located west of Plymouth Sorrento Road, south of Haas Road, and east of State Road 429, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Okay, any changes? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2919.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2920.
Ordinance number 2920, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described lands situated and being in Orange County, Florida. Owned by David Backel, located west of Plymouth Sorrento Road, south of Haas Road, and east of State Road 429, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Gene? No, sir. Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2920.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2906.
Ordinance number 2906, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county commercial to commercial for certain real property generally located north of US 441, south of Old Dixie Highway, and west of Hawthorne Avenue, owned by Vision Car Wash 2 LLC, comprising .23 acres more or less, providing for severability and for an effective date.
Gene Sanchez.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2906, Vision Car Wash, small-scale future land use amendment. Property is approximately .23 acres, 23 acre in size, located north of Orange Blossom Trail, south of Old Dixie Highway, and west of Hawthorne Avenue. A request to assign a future land use designation of commercial is compatible with the designation assigned to abutting properties. The applicant is also applying for a mixed-use downtown MUD zoning district, which is compatible with the proposed commercial future land use, which is the following item on the agenda. Aerial shows the properties within the area of commercial uses. The Development Review Committee recommends approval, and the Planning Commission recommended approval on its meeting on April 12, 2022. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2906 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on May 18, 2022, or soon thereafter. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Gene?
I just have a question. The property right next to it there on the vicinity view, the first slide that you had, what is that line going through that? Is that?
That was a right-of-way, and I believe that's been vacated.
It has been, okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Gene? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2906 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, 2907.
Ordinance number 2907, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County C3 Wholesale Commercial District to MUD Mixed Use Downtown Subdistrict for certain real property located north of US 441, south of Old Dixie Highway, and west of Hawthorne Avenue, owned by Vision Car Wash 2 LLC, comprising of 2.23 acres, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Again, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance 2907, changing the zoning of the subject property from County C3 to mixed-use downtown. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from County C3 to mixed-use downtown zoning district, and the proposed MUD is compatible with the property due to the MUD zoning being found in adjacent properties. DRC and Planning Commission recommend approval of the change of zoning, and this was anonymously recommended for approval at its meeting on April 12, 2022. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2907 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on May 18 or soon thereafter. You may have a little bit of discrepancy on your staff report saying that it's a future land use, but this particular request is for the rezoning. And the ordinance number is 2907.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2907 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2908.
Ordinance number 2908, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described lands situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by Kelly Park Road Property LLC, located south of Kelly Park Road and west of Chandler Road, providing directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept ordinance number 2908, annexation of the Kelly Park Estates properties. The properties are located south of Kelly Park Road, west of Chandler Road, and north of Oak Ridge Subdivision Phase 1. They abut properties in the city on the north and the south, and they are approximately a total of 6 acres. The recommended motion is to accept ordinance number 2908 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on May 18th or soon thereafter. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2908 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second?
second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2915.
Ordinance number 2915, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T Transitional District to KPIMU, Kelly Park Interchange Mixed Use Zoning District, and Transition Overlay Districts for certain real property located on the southwest corner of Golden Gem Road and Sadler Road, comprising 20.27 acres more or less, and owned by DWPM Ventures LLC, providing for directions to the Community Development Director, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Again, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2915, changing zoning of the subject properties from T to KPIMU and assignment of the transition overlay. The property falls within the Kelly Park Interchange Form-Based Code area, therefore subject to the KPI Form-Based Code. The project site is approximately 20 acres situated on the southwest corner of Golden Gem Road and Sadler Road. The properties have a future land use designation of mixed use, which allows a maximum density of 10 dwelling units per acre. The request to approve the change of zoning from transitional to KPI-MU with transition overlay is consistent with the KPI form-based code as well as their comprehensive plan. Ariel. The master plan, major development plan proposes the development of a 141-unit rear-loaded townhome subdivision. Each residential unit will have a minimum lot width of 21 feet, a minimum living area of 1,250 square feet, and up to 2 stories. There are no minimum or maximum living area and lot size requirements in the KPI area. Proposed access points are located along Golden Gem Road and Sadler Road, including right and left turn lanes. The applicant also proposes a total of 7.8 acres of open space area, while 3.04 is required. Proposed amenities comprise of a pool and cabana, a dog park in the northeastern portion and another on the southwestern portion of the development, a tot lot area, and a passive play field area. 2 stormwater tracks are located along the western and southern boundaries. DRC and Planning Commission recommend approval of the rezoning and the master plan. The recommended motion is to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2915 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on May 18th, 2022. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Gene?
No, just one comment real quick. On our intro packet, or our packet overall, page 355, just want to bring all of our attention to it very specifically. It references Orange County Public School capacity. Just want us all to note that as we kind of go through these plans of the determination on those that at elementary, middle, and high school, fail. But I know that it's not an us thing, it's not an us issue. I just want to bring it to our attention.
Commissioner Smith, he just took away your thunder there. I don't
Oh,
know. The new
I'm
guy-
sorry.
I know, it's okay, it's okay. He's done a great job. He's very, very observant. I mean, he's reading the packet. But my comment is, where the dead end is, I guess it's to the west of that project, is there intentions that that's going to be a continuation, that that street is eventually going to tie into the property adjacent to it or not?
You said on the west?
Well, I assume it's on the west side.
South, okay. South, that's actually a planned connection to future southern development, which is what is planned for the KPI form-based code area. If you want to elaborate.
No, I was just going to say that we've become very strict about making those connections that are required, and about the traffic calming when we create a nice long straightaway like that. But what I really came to tell you is that this developer is the key component of getting Sadler Road connected to the west. So we've got about all the right-of-way we need now so that Sadler Road will be connected from 441 to Plymouth Sorrento. So
That'd be huge.
right there at Golden Gem and where it looks like Sadler Road, they're gonna improve that up to city standards and get it connected to where the existing Sadler Road on the west side exists now, so.
But that dead end going to the south is part of the grid system that's required in the KPI connection east, west, north, south.
When somebody comes in on the south, they'll be required to connect there.
Yep.
Too bad if it doesn't work for them. They'll have to make it work.
So the same developer doesn't own the adjacent property?
To the south?
Not yet.
No, sir.
You want to, who's,
Okay.
come on up, Jeff.
There's no plans that have been submitted for development on the south, similar to other projects that we've got on the northeast. We look for those to afford that connection.
Yeah, we don't, Jeff Summit Engineering for the record. No, we don't own the property to the south of us. As staff has alluded to, the form-based code requires those interconnections to properties adjacent to proposed developments. So that's the reason you see it. I did actually get a call from someone who was looking at the properties to the south, but I don't know what they're doing with them at this time.
So whoever purchases that property, they be obligated to connect?
When they develop.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner Bankson? Anything?
I'll just make comment. I like the product. As you look at the townhomes there, this is very similar to something that I've seen down in Metro West. Very nice look to it, and I think it's going to be a good fit.
Thank you.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Good, okay, thank you. All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2915 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number, let's see,
2916.
2916.
Ordinance number 2916, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, designating the future land use designation to commercial, maximum .025 floor area ratio for a certain real property generally located on the southeast corner of Plymouth Sorrento Road and Leicester Road, owned by Vision Car Wash 2 LLC, comprising 2.005 acres, more or less, providing for severability and for an effective date.
Okay, Jean?
I'm sorry, I have to correct that, that caption. The owner for this property is actually Leicester Road Land Trust.
Yeah, that's.
Again, this is Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2916, the small-scale future land use amendment to actually designate the future land use map to commercial for this property. Now, to give you a little bit of a background, staff has not been able, I mean, you can look in our map now and the future land use shows a commercial, but staff hasn't been able to find an ordinance that in fact shows it was designated as commercial. So therefore, we're trying to correct a mapping error. The subject property is approximately 2 acres located on the southeast corner of Leicester Road and Plymouth Sorrento Road. A request to assign the future land use designation of commercial is compatible with the designations assigned to some abutting properties. The applicant is also applying to rezone the property to CC, Community Commercial Zoning District, which is compatible with the proposed commercial future land use. And the next item on the agenda. The DRC recommends approval, and at its meeting on April 12, 2022, Planning Commission recommended approval to designate the future land use map to commercial for a portion of property owned by Leicester Road Land Trust. Staff and applicant are available for questions. And the recommended motion, I'm sorry, is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2916 and hold it over for second reading and adoption.
Any questions for Jean?
I'd ask us, just want to confirm that the residents in Arbor Ridge to the east that back up to this, they've been communicated with in some way that they know what's.
We do require any kind of, when there is an application for any kind of future land use amendment, to have a community meeting, and yes, they have had a community meeting.
Thank you.
And do you know how many, do they have one, know any, how many people attended?
I'll defer that to
Okay.
Jonathan Yules, although we do have the community meeting materials.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Hewells with Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32801. We did conduct a community meeting in February, early February, and we had 4 attendees, 2 of which were actually adjacent landowners, immediately adjacent to the property. And it was a collaborative meeting. There was no real concerns expressed about the proposed daycare use. We shared a site plan during the community meeting. One of the comments we received was the desire of the neighbors to have a wall constructed along the shared boundary. And the initial site plan did not have that on there, but we made that revision, and it's part of the site plan that's being processed as part of the special exception that's also being processed with the city right now. And I shared that site plan and that update with one of the neighbors that we exchanged contact information. He seemed very pleased with it. They're not here today, which is always, I think, a good indicator that it doesn't seem to be an issue. But yeah, we did have community outreach.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2916 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2917.
Ordinance 2917, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County C3 wholesale commercial District to MUD Mixed Use Downtown Subdistrict for certain real property located north of US 441.
No, I think you have the wrong
This-
one.
This is,
2917.
yeah, that's, I know. That's what I got off the,
No, 2017 is the Lester Road daycare.
It's not on.
No, it's caption. Was it advertised as this? So we go by the advertisement. We have time to find it.
Apologize for the delay.
Okay, well, it's- We have the right address, though. We have the right address. So, just gotta confirm. The caption, part of the caption on the ordinance is incorrect. I'm trying to confirm if it was advertised correctly with the correct caption, then we can correct it between first and second reading. So I want to confirm if the advertisement is correct, we should be fine to proceed forward.
We just want to, you're going to have to look it up. You want, can we just keep going and you'll continue to look for it?
We can
or-
go to the next item
Okay,
while
yeah,
we look at
okay,
that.
Okay.
That'll give them time.
Okay, so we'll go on to ordinance number 2925.
ordinance number 2925. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Part 3 Land Development Code. Article 3 Zoning Districts, Section 3.3 Residential-Based Zoning Districts, subsection 3.3.9 MHP Mobile Home Park District by creating single-family use standards, by amending Part 3, Article 4 Use Regulations, Section 4.2 Principal Uses, subsection 4.2.2 Principal Use Table by amending certain permitted uses and special exceptions, by amending Part 3, Article 5 Development Standards, Section 5.2 Landscaping and Buffer Standards, subsection 5.2.5 Landscaping and Buffer Standards by creating single-family or two-part residential lot tree standards, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Section 5.3 Tree Protection Standards, Section 5.3.8 Retention of Specimen Trees by creating replacement tree species lists and tree planting strip widths, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Section 5.10 Signs, subsection 5.10.8 Standards for specific types, sign types by amending primary and secondary wall sign sizing, by amending Part 3, Appendix A, Mixed-Use Kelly Park Interchange, MUKPI, Form-Based Code, Chapter H, Density, Intensity, and Open Space Standards, Table 4, Density, Intensity, and Open Space by revising density, intensity, and open space standards, by amending Part 3, Appendix A, Chapter P, Street Standards, Table 12, Street Standards by revising street standards, by amending Part 3, Appendix A, Chapter P, Figure 63, Street Type F Alley by revising dimensions, by amending Part 3, Appendix A, Chapter R, Development Bonuses and Transfer of Development Rights by revising bonus standards, by amending Part 3, Appendix D, Development Design Guidelines, Section 3, Residential Design Standards, subsection 3.2.1, Single-Family Architecture, by providing for maximum shed heights, by amending Part 3, Appendix D, Section 3, subsection 3.6, residential landscaping by providing for certain landscaping standards, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
It's not quite as long as the last glitch amendment.
Yeah.
This is the, again, Jim Hitt, Community Development Director. This is the fifth amendment to the Land Development Code that was originally adopted on March 6, 2019. And as with the other glitch amendments, this is designed to amend and clarify some of the different codes that we have and add new things that we discover that we need as part of the ongoing process. Obviously, all land development codes do need to go through this every once in a while, and over the last couple of years, this is a kind of a norm. But for the first one of the things that had occurred just on the northeast portion of downtown, there's a couple mobile home districts. And those mobile home districts already have a couple single-family homes in them. One has some 50-foot lots, the other one has 75-foot lots or 70-foot lots. And we've had actually a lot of requests to build single-family homes, but because the new mobile home district, actually the old mobile home district also, did not allow single-family homes, we thought it'd be prudent to allow for single-family homes in that mobile home district under the guidance that we have for the Land Development Code for single-family homes. So we're recommending, and it actually specifies those 4 different block areas and the size of the lots that can be done in those areas. So that gives a little bit more diversity for our downtown.
And that doesn't stop a mobile home from still being there, correct?
Correct, and the mobile home can still go there, correct. Yeah, there was actually one that, there was a mobile home on the corner just north of BJ's Towing, and they tore that down a few years ago, and nobody said anything, but they built a house. And there was another person on the north, or on the east side, 2 blocks up, that wanted to basically do the same thing, and that's when it was looked at, wait a second, we can't allow that yet. So we're trying to make our code a little bit more diversified for that. Principal use changes, that's just looking at the different uses that are allowed throughout the city, what's good, what's bad. We're adding arboretums to basically every district except for industrial. That's kind of, why not? Development standards. This is the landscape buffer. This is a portion that was lacking in our previous code, and we didn't get a lot of specification until, fortunately, Jean, she's got some connections with UF and also with some of the arborists. So we actually have different trees that we're recommending for different size width buffers and landscape islands, things like that. In other words, it's not just oak trees, or not just East Palatka, or not just one. We're giving them a choice to go through with that.
Well, and what we're trying to do is keep what happened in Piedmont Lakes from happening anywhere else. You put a tree that's only got 5 feet, and oak trees and 5 feet just don't mix.
Exactly. And in connection with that, the last item, I'm going to jump ahead just because it's green stuff, is one of the things that was pointed out to me by Dr. Olmsted, who was one of our people that we had consulted with regarding grasses, what type of grass. We never had anything that actually prohibited the use of artificial turf in residential areas. In other words, somebody could put in an artificial turf in the front yard, backyard, and all of a sudden we don't really have real grass that actually helps with the getting rid of CO2 and bringing oxygen into our system. So one of the questions that I had from Mr. Nesta is that if you did want to put a putting green in your backyard, you can still do that. But the idea is to not put an entire lawn of grass, of fake grass on there. So
I would do that.
but all we have to do is have one person that would come in and say, well, there's nothing in the code that says you can't. So we did put something in the code that says you can't.
But if it's already there, they're grandfathered in?
They're grandfathered in, but I don't know. Boy, do you have that?
Yeah. There's one in Sheila Oaks that has.
Yeah, my neighbor does,
Yeah.
Go over there and putt.
So that's one of those things, those items. The other portion under the development standards is that just to clarify that how you approach the square footage for a sign. We basically go by height times width times 15% gives you the overall square footage for a front sign on a building, and it just makes it very simple. We originally had height and width, but we didn't have the percentage, so we added that in there. And we do calculate it by the ceiling or roof height, not the interior ceiling height, because those are drop ceilings. So you try to get a little bit more square footage, but we do limit it to 200 square feet unless it's a high-rise building, which is already also in the code. For density and intensity in the Kelly Park Interchange form-based code area, we did clarify the density and intensity for open space standards. There were some minimums and maximums that were not really, we don't really care what the minimum is, but we did have a maximum. Street standards, there was a drawing in there that did not coincide with the description, so we clarified the drawing. This is in conjunction with the fire department. They wanted a certain size alley to be able to get their trucks down. Obviously, it's a safety type thing. So we actually maxed or matched the 18-foot to what is actually required in our code for a one-way traffic aisle. So you get 14 foot of paved area, 2 foot on each side for the curb gutter, Miami curb or F-type curb, which is a 6-inch curb on the outside. So that way he's got enough space to be able to drive his trucks down.
That was the question that I had. I saw a 2-foot curb. I'm like, not this way, right?
Yeah, it's that curb area off from the main asphalt, I guess you'd say.
So where it says 14 and then the 2 and 2 equals the 18 down below it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And fire department was pretty happy about that because now we're consistent throughout the code for one-way traffic areas. And then we also matched the drawing for it, for the description. There was another part in there that talked about parallel parking spaces at 8 feet, but the chart showed 7 feet. Now, I don't know anybody that's got a big SUV that can fit in a 7-foot spot on a parallel parking on the side of the road, so we matched that at 8 foot also, which is also in our code at another location. So we're catching these little things. You know, when you have an 850-page document, there are little things that we need to make consistent. And also because this was the mixed-use Kelly Park code was something different than the land development code, and now that it's actually codified in our land development code, it's a little bit, you have to actually make these changes instead of just assuming that it's up to me to interpret it. You know, I learned my lesson a long time ago with the previous commissioner is that if it's in the code, it's a lot easier to enforce. Development bonuses and transfers. This is something that came up with the Kelly Park, the 700 unit complex on the northwest section of Kelly Park, where they actually got a bonus based on the Parks and Recreation being for public use. Because of that location and because of the types of developments that are going in up in the Kelly Park interchange, the majority of people in the city of Apopka, we got 57,000 people in the city of Apopka, they aren't going to be going up there to use it as a public park. That's going to be for that development. You know, whoever that developer is, they've got 2 pools, they've got half a dozen different parks, and we did not want to be put in that same condition where we're giving bonus units to something that is not actually going to be used by the rest of the city. And then the other part was something that Gene was able to find was in regards to shed heights. We did have a chart that actually had shed heights at 15 feet, and then there was another description for rear yard items that, as long as they matched the existing dwelling, it was okay. Shed happened to be in there along with garages. Garages are okay to meet those heights, but if the shed is 15 feet in one spot, but it could be interpreted to match the height of the house at 30 or 35 feet in another section, we wanted to clarify that no, it's 15 feet in both. Again, it's just these little tiny clarifications that we want to make sure we clean up. And hopefully we won't get too many more of these. This was a fairly quick one from the last one, but it was a year before the last one. So I try to look at these things and collect them up over the course of the year, and then that way we can have these glitch amendments a little shorter, like this.
Any questions for Jim?
Where was it about the sheds? I didn't see that.
That was right near the end.
395.
395? That's what I was looking for.
1 second. It was under single-family architecture. It was section 3.2.1. It said, this one was said, granny flats, guest cottages, and other accessory structures such as garages, sheds.
Oh, there it is.
Shall not exceed the height of the main structure, and so sheds was in there. Yeah, I just put 15-foot shed height shall refer to table 10.2.4, which is where we had made that change. That was actually changed from, I think, 2 glitch amendments before.
And if a person has an RV, will that fit in the 15-foot max?
That in RV is a totally different animal. It's not a permanent structure on your site. They can,
No,
they
but I
can
mean, if
park
they
it on
build
the-
a shed to park it inside of.
Put it inside of it.
Oh, for a shed?
Considered a garage?
That would have to probably go with what a garage is. We would look at that as a pole barn, not a shed.
You would look at it as a pole barn.
A shed is enclosed. If you do a pole barn or something like that
He
for,
can enclose,
Yeah.
big enough, tall enough where you could put an RV and then close the.
carport or something like that, I would consider that more of,
No,
Like an
they
actual
want
garage.
They want a garage to park it inside.
I would
of.
consider that a garage. This is for a shed. It's not, it has nothing to do with a shed.
Okay, so garage, okay, all right.
Yeah.
It's one of the, I mean, because the ones I've seen, they're detached. And so it's still gonna
You
be
can have
classified as a
detached
garage.
garages in the code too.
All right, we're good.
Any other questions for Jim?
You always come up with these. I love it. I do, I really do, because it makes me think,
Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? If not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2925 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
So
Got a
moved.
motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go back to ordinance number 2917?
Right, we did confirm it was advertised properly,
so-
so
so
it's
we
just
can
the
go back
exhibit.
and
Yeah,
take
we can
it
go
up.
back and
and for
Period.
second reading, we'll have the ordinance corrected for you. It's
Okay,
the
sure.
same parcel
Yeah,
as
yeah.
the previous
Okay.
2916.
Ordinance number 2917, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from PD Plan District, or Plan Development District to City CC, Community Commercial District, for certain real property generally located on the southeast corner of Plymouth Sorrento Road and Leicester Road, owned by Leicester Road Land Trust, comprising approximately 2.3 acres more or less, providing for severability and for an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2917, Leicester Road Land Trust rezoning, change in zoning from PD Plan Development District to CC Community Commercial District of the subject property. The proposal of CC Community Commercial District is compatible with the property due to the CC zoning found in the vicinity. DRC recommends approval, and at its meeting on April 12, 2022, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning from PD to CC. And the recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 2917 and hold it over for second reading and adoption.
All right. Any questions for Jean?
Just a question. On the map, it shows that that's Yothers at that point, but Yothers doesn't change until the intersection, correct?
Yes, I believe so, sir, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2917 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2927.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Ordinance number 2926.
26.
27.
What?
27.
27.
Are we skipping 26?
So we're tabling it, so we need a motion then.
Yeah, I guess we need a
to table
motion
it
then.
Similar to earlier today.
Need a motion from the council to
The table.
table ordinance number 2926. Probably need to, probably need to read it.
we,
Yeah, go ahead and read, I'm sorry.
I'll read it. Okay.
2916, or 26, sorry. Ooh.
2926.
Ordinance number 2926, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural to city mixed use for certain real property generally located on the north side of the intersection of Kelly Park Road and Chandler Road, owned by Robert T. and Elena J. Hutter, comprising 9.53 acres more or less, providing for severability and for an effective date.
Okay, is there anybody here to speak on this one? Okay, if not, I'll look for a motion to postpone until date certain, June 1st.
So
Okay.
moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2927.
Ordinance number 2927, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, relating to backyard chickens, amending Part 3 Land Development Code, Article 4, Use Regulations, Section 4.2 Principal Uses, subsection 4.2.3, Standards specific to principal uses, by establishing regulations allowing chickens to be kept on lots or parcels with single-family detached residence and mobile homes. Amending Part 3, Article 2, Administrations, Section 2.2, Summary Table of Development Review Responsibilities, to create a backyard chickens permit. Amending Part 3, Article 2, Section 2.3, Advisory and Decision-Making Bodies and Persons to establish backyard chickens permits. Amending Part 3, Article 2, Section 2.5, Application, Specific Review Procedures and Decision Standards to establish backyard chicken permits, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and an effective date.
Good afternoon, Michael Rodriguez, City Attorney, and I know you've all been waiting with bated breath for backyard chickens. The ordinance presented before you is initiated and drafted based on many calls to our Community Development Department seeking for some type of guidance on whether folks can keep a limited number of chickens in their single-family homes. A lot of times, and this has actually been something common in many jurisdictions, folks would like to keep a small number of chickens in order to basically be able to have their own eggs. Many jurisdictions have adopted these ordinances. The gist of most of the ordinances, as well as our ordinance, which is directly modeled after the Orange County ordinance. The intention for that was for folks, if they're moving from the unincorporated area to the city, the regulations are identical. The only things that are going to be specific to the city are just the permitting aspects of it, and those were incorporated within our existing permitting mechanisms under the Land Development Code. So in order to apply for the permit to have chickens in your backyard, it's going to be similar to the same procedures somebody has to apply for a fence permit or for other similar permits that are granted by the Community Development Department. Substantively, one of the main issues, one of the things that a lot of jurisdictions have done, if you intend to apply for a permit to have chickens in your single-family home, you need to submit a site plan, and by site plan, you're just going to have to show dimensional drawings of where you intend to put the structures, the chicken coops, that you meet the setbacks that are provided by code, and the setbacks for the city are going to be identical to the setbacks provided in Orange County. The other main factor is that a person applying for a permit must complete a course that's offered by the UFAIS to teach folks how to proper handling and proper raising of chickens. This is something that's come across in my initial research and drafting. This is not the first backyard chicken ordinance I have drafted. My initial research and the first time I've drafted one of these ordinances, this comes from an issue that happened in actually Aurora, Colorado, where there was a backyard chicken ordinance that was passed. What happened was that folks weren't properly trained, and you had an increased incidence of avian bird flu that basically struck neighborhoods. So an educational component was added, and this is now something that's common through many of the other backyard chickens ordinances that have been passed throughout, especially in Florida. As a point, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend denial of the ordinance. They had some questions. One was why. Two was there were questions regarding how this would affect neighborhoods that were subject to an HOA. The ordinance as written actually states that this law does not supersede any private land covenants that your HOA may have or an HOA has. So if you live in a deed-restricted community and there are restrictions prohibiting you from having chickens, that's going to govern. You will not be able to apply for a permit. Well, you may apply for a permit, but the receiving a permit from the city will not absolve you from any fines or enforcement on the part of the HOA against you for violating the covenants. So that is the gist of the ordinance. It's presented to you for first reading. If you have any questions, I am here to attempt to answer them.
So if they apply for a permit and then they have to kind of provide you with sort of a site plan that this is where they're going to cage their chickens, is there a follow-up by our code enforcement officer? How do we follow up to ensure that they comply?
Well, any chicken coops you have to construct are going to be subject to the Florida Building Code, so there's going to be inspections for that, and at that point, it's going to be just like if you put up a fence. If it's not complying to code, if a complaint is addressed to code enforcement, this ordinance is actually, if codified, will be enforced by code enforcement.
Okay. So if a neighbor complains that the person's not keeping up with it, and, you know, he went from 4 chickens, and they know that he has 6, 7, 8, 9 chickens.
Code enforcement will go out, and the ordinance actually authorizes the code enforcement officer to go onto private property to inspect if there's an offense. And the ordinance regulates that the chickens must be in a coop. It regulates the numbers. You can't have any roosters. You can't necessarily have free-range backyard chickens. So there are certain guidelines that must be met once you do receive a permit.
Okay.
So, now,
Yeah, it seems very detailed in the restrictions on there and how that it's to be held. The concerns of, again, is a rooster going to wake me up in my neighbor's backyard? That's, you know,
There's no
you can't
roosters.
have roosters.
Right, it's an express prohibition against roosters.
Dealing with smell, dealing with all of these different things. So it seems to be pretty comprehensive on allowing people that want to do this without bothering their neighbor. You know, I think there's enough regulation there to alleviate any concerns that I've heard. Well, what about this? What about that? And this deals with that and still affords the freedom to that. And the fact that the HOA can supersede, I think that was the biggest concern. You know, and so the fact that they do have the right to overrule those things.
Right, and what's key is there's nothing novel about our ordinance. It really is modeled very closely related to Orange County's ordinance. So we have areas here where if it's now in the incorporated area, it's going to be identical. If you're across the street, you got an unincorporated area, the regulations are virtually identical.
Yeah, it's very much a trending thing that's going on.
Mr. FFA.
Well, I was a part of the committee that drafted the Orange County chicken ordinance, so I have no problem with it.
Commissioner Nesta.
My wife specifically said that this needs to pass. But I then reminded her we live in a deed-restricted community, and that doesn't work that way. I have a couple concerns on this one. One is that we do have rental properties in our communities. This specifically states it's only owner-occupied single-family homes or residences. I would want it to be open to renters, tenants as well. I think I don't know why we're specifically limited. Commissioner Smith, since you wrote it, I don't know if that was a specific intention or not. I just think opening it up to tenants is valuable if we're going to do this. The only other thing that I had kind of questioned was just the setbacks. I feel like they're a little too small because at some point, at some of our patio homes that we have, things like that, these could easily end up onto people's back porches, things like that. And depending on, I mean, I know code enforcement already is pretty stacked, so I'm just concerned about now we have many more issues for them to have to be called on. So those are my only issues with it. Again, love the idea, love the concept. It is trending and absolutely love it. It's just I would like to open it up to tenants as well versus just owner-occupied
So go back to your second point, I didn't. know what
The setbacks off of your yard, so I think it's 15 feet, correct, and then 10 feet from the property boundary. So you could technically have this up on your property itself.
You mean
Because
on the back of your house?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, the structure
Yes.
itself. So that's just my only kind of other one that I'd prefer to be a little further setbacks, because we are approving some of our communities now, some of the newer communities are 40-foot wide lots. So,
Well, you won't have enough setback on the sides or the back to make it.
well, so I've
work
measured
anyway.
them. I did use some examples, and you do. And that's my concern. Even these new communities, you do have the setbacks, and I'm not sure that every HOA, brand new HOA that we're approving is taking into account that we may have chickens. So I'm worried that we're having a little undue burden on some HOAs. That may have to change. But again, whatever this council wants,
But if I remember correctly, you're not allowed to have them in the side yard. It has to be in the backyard.
No, it's got to be in the back, and
Right.
then you have to have your setbacks you have your side yard setbacks as well as your rear yard setbacks. Plus, then you have to now play around not just with your setbacks, but that there's a maximum square footage that your coop can have.
Sure.
So you have to figure, this is the size of my coop. Can I fit it in there? And then you'll work it to the setbacks. One of the things we could add if you wish to, if the council wishes to add to provide to allow for tenants to have them, we can have such a requirement. Tenants can do so, but we can use it with the consent of the property owner. And I think the property owner would like if.
I think that'd be valuable. I just think that's valuable. I think we're cutting out a large portion of individuals that would could tap into this.
We could amend, if it's the council's wish, we could amend that section to allow it just be the property owner with a caveat sentence in there, should the property be a rental, tenant occupied, the consent of the property owner must be obtained in order to obtain a permit.
Perfect. I like
Jim,
that.
you had something?
Yet, utility easements, I don't think they should be in utility easements.
Well, then it would mean, that's a standard setback. I can't put a
Yeah,
house,
it's
I can't build a structure, I can't put a shed in a utility easement.
Yeah.
So I can't
Correct.
build
Yeah, so you
a
can't-
structure would be
okay. You can't
interfering
get
with
a
the
Just want to make sure we're covered.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
Okay.
And again, the setbacks are also just respect of the neighbors who don't want to see your chickens. There actually has to be either wall.
And then
or-
there are fencing, there's
Fencing, yeah.
fencing requirements with fencing height. Also, one thing I forgot to mention, this is one thing that was added in addition to what's in the Orange County Code, and this has come up with many code enforcement complaints, is there's an added provision that prohibits certain other animals on residential property. So this is only applicable to chickens. I want to get my list correct, because we did add the prohibited farm animals in residentially zoned districts. So that includes bees, roosters, turkeys, ducks, geese, pigeons, quail, peafowl, peacocks, horses, ponies, cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, or other livestock or fowl. So when reviewing our code, we didn't have an express prohibition on certain of these animals, and there have been code enforcement calls about folks with goats in their backyard and residentially zoned areas and other livestock.
Rabbits?
So this will also, well, I don't think, rabbits don't constitute livestock.
Okay. I know I already had somebody ask me
No,
that.
I have litigated what constitutes livestock, and my case was featured on The Daily Show, so I don't want to relive that again.
Okay, so it looks like we kind of come on something we can get at the second reading. We'll just add a tenant with the permission from the property owner. If you can just get
That
that
language
for
will
us.
be there for the second
Yeah.
reading.
Yeah.
Do we?
Oh, okay, sure, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, Susan Fritchie, 1058 Lakeside Drive. The community that I live in is off of Welsh Road. We are pretty much surrounded by Wekiva State Park and Lake Privat. So I'd like to speak in opposition to the idea of chickens in backyards for three reasons. One, from an environmental standpoint, chicken excrement is very high in nitrogen, and it's bad for the stormwater runoff than what would be going in my community's case into Lake Privat. And this kind of runs counter to all the city's initiatives, what we're trying to do with getting off septic and getting onto different kind of wastewater systems. Second issue and concern is it's a potential attractant to the coyote, the bobcat, and other wildlife that live in Wekiva State Park. they're out there. We hear the coyote howling at night. We don't need any more reason for them to come closer to our properties. And then from the third reason, potential negative impact on property values, because they do have a noise and a smell. I know there's no roosters involved, but I can say that the chickens do make a lot of noise. I know of 2 cases in my community that code enforcement is actively working on. And one of them, actually both of them, were very close to my house, and I can tell you that they do make noise quite a bit. So those are the 3 things that I'd like you to consider, and perhaps, I mean, the city of Apopka is a very large, from a square mile perspective, very large community. Perhaps we just need to look specifically at the Wekiva River Basin or the area around Wekiva State Park and say that maybe that's not the perfect area for raising chickens. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
And speaking of that too, I think a couple different residents from the city have brought that up, very similar topics. Is there any way that we can, would help it, I'm guessing you live in Wekiva Glen? Yes. Okay. If we can limit it to exclude planned developments, again, it would take off that burden of HOAs as well, and then anybody that's not in an HOA kind of assumes that they have kind of free reign, as well as setbacks and everything else. I don't know, because again, I guess we're assuming that the HOAs are already going to stipulate it, but I don't want to put undue burden on the HOAs.
That's a possible, I mean, again, there's 2 ways of drafting these types of ordinances. From our own experience, the last one I drafted actually listed specific zoning districts where these uses would be allowed. Orange County does not have such a restriction, so you can actually have them if your property is in a planned development in Orange County, you can have backyard chickens. So in keeping with the consistency with Orange County's regulations, that's what the language is. But again, this is a prerogative of the board. To the first issue, the ordinance actually specifically provides regulations for handling of waste materials, either through proper composting, or if you're going to dispose of it, it has to be in a proper disposal container and then disposed with your solid waste. If we get a complaint that someone's not properly disposing of the manure, it'll be subject to code enforcement action, and there's a specific provision in the code which addresses how you're supposed to properly dispose of the waste materials. But again, it's your prerogative if you wish to specifically list the zoning districts, or if just you want to specifically exclude the PD zoning district, that can be incorporated into the code. It's just the way that it's drafted is so that there is no confusion between the regulations in the unincorporated area and the incorporated area. The Orange County's and Apopka's regulations will be virtually identical.
I would go back and if the individual HOA wants to exclude them, then if Wekiva Glen wants to exclude them, let them exclude them, but Arbor Ridge is fine with chicken. I mean, I think, if we eliminate all planned developments, I don't see any reason to even have the ordinance, my opinion, but I think either we allow it with the HOA having the ability to obviously restrict them, then, but that's just kind of my thought.
I do know in the code, it also gives direction on how to build it, that it keeps from animals, even it has to go down a foot into the ground to keep from digging animals, different things like that. So, yeah, there are different ones that have voiced those concerns, and I think we address those. And again, as you said, this isn't something new that we're doing. This is something that's been successful in other areas.
Correct.
And also dealing with the smell. That's probably the biggest one.
Right. And also
part of the reason why it has to be so far back, that it has to have either fencing, there's just different things that I think are addressed there for.
This isn't a case of someone just putting up something in their backyard and then coming to the county. To the city. You have to show what you plan on building, what you plan on submitting before that's the condition to receiving the permit. So it doesn't give anybody free rein to begin raising chickens in their backyard. The ability to have backyard chickens is contingent upon you meeting the standards of the code and a permit being issued by the Community Development Department.
And they have to take the class.
And the class. Yep. Got to take the class before you even submit. You have to show proof that you've taken the class with your application for a permit.
Okay. All right. Either Commissioner Smith or Nesta, what's your pleasure?
I move that we accept the ordinance with the addition of the rentals with the homeowner's permission.
Okay, that'll be included in there for second reading.
And do we have to be detailed about how that is? Is it in writing or anything like that? As far as to prove
We
that
can
they have...
we just include the written consent of
Written
of the
consent.
property owner.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second?
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, next up, ordinance number 2931.
Ordinance number 2931. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Chapter 2, Administration, by creating Section 2-24, Maintaining Order, Decorum at Council Meetings, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Michael Rodriguez, City Attorney. The ordinance presented to you is a codification of the city's current decorum rules and regulations, which are currently stipulated, which are currently provided in Resolution 2016-16. What this ordinance does, it's not reinventing the wheel. It's not creating new rules and regulations. What we are doing is codifying them into the Code of Ordinances. Some of the issues that have occurred in the past is a lot of folks sometimes question why they have to do certain things, and we direct them to a resolution that's not easily readily available. Codifying this will provide it. It'll be clearly listed in the code, clearly accessible to everyone via Municode, as well as any other copies of the Code of Ordinances. There is no substantive differences that have been added. Some things have been clarified. Some things have been fine-tuned to be consistent with the state law in regards to decorum rules for city council meetings. I mean, I can go through the resolution, the subject matter in Resolution 2016, and direct you to where it's actually codified in Ordinance 2931. The resolution, some of these important issues that we wanted to address were folks who come in either to actually speak onto a matter that's on the agenda or at public comment who bring in separate media. One of the concerns is we want to be able to review the media not for its content, but to avoid any type of electronic virus, any electronic malware that is inadvertently on someone's materials to infect the city. So that's one of the requirements for the 48-hour window for the city to be able to examine to see if, one, the item that you wish to present, that a person wishes to present is consistent with the city's software, and that it does not contain any hazardous material that would be, that would cause a problem with the city's IT software. That is in Section 3 of Resolution 2016-16. That is now codified at Section 224F2C of the ordinance. The section regarding the public participation both for items that are not on the agenda, which would be public comment, and items on the agenda, which is when public comments are open in regards to a matter that is being discussed. Those are Section 4 of Resolution 2016-16. Those are now codified in Section 224F2 of Ordinance 2931. Section 5 of Resolution 2016-16 discusses the manner of addressing the City Council. That is now codified at Section 224F2C of Ordinance 2931. Then there's the standards for decorum. There have not been any new rules or standards written. Many of these that are in the resolution are now codified as in Ordinance 2931. One of the matters, the City Council is to be addressed as a whole. That is Section 6A of the resolution. It is now codified in Section 224F2D of the ordinance, so that'll be the section of the code. Section 6B of the resolution addresses personal attacks and insults as part of either public comments or, in some other jurisdictions that are actually governing personal attacks and insults between council members. That matter has been revised and refined to remove certain subjective standards. The ordinance codifies now at section 224G that will now remove certain content-specific language, and it will not regulate content, but will regulate conduct. So that is now what's been codified. Section 6C deals with questions directed to council, especially during public comment. That has now been, the resolution itself states that during the period of time of public comment, it is not a question and answer period. It is a period for you to provide a public comment, and then council has a direction on whether to direct staff to address the comment to be addressed at a future date. That is now codified at 224 F2E. 6D deals with disruptions in decorum, which has certain requirements or certain authority that is granted to the mayor as part of the council. That matter has now been revised in section 224G of the ordinance, and that such a revision provides a, now there is certain guidelines, a lot of them are content neutral in regards to both either the mayor is identified as the presiding officer of the council. This applies to other councils and boards of the city. So when the ordinance refers to mayor or presiding officers, it would be the chair of the planning commission, the presiding officer of DRC, the presiding officer of any other board of the city is then regulated that authority. One of the things that's been fine-tuned and revised is that any type of, and the statute states willful interruption or disruption of a meeting. Under the resolution, there wasn't exactly clear who can address the issue. Under the current ordinance, and this is modeled after other jurisdictions, a board member may make a motion to address the issue and present it to the mayor to address the issue. This came up during one of the council meetings. One of the commissioners raised a point of order to try to address what was escalating at a meeting. What the ordinance now does is, if the presiding officer does not immediately address it, the matter can be brought by one of the council members, and by a majority vote of the council, then it could be addressed whether the council will address the sergeant of arms of the council meetings, which is usually the police chief or their designee, to then address the matter, to advise the disruptor to refrain on the conduct. If the disruptor continues willfully interrupting the meeting, then they may be escorted out. They potentially may be prosecuted under Florida statutes. There is a Florida statute specifically designated to charge someone, I believe it's a misdemeanor, for willful interruption of a public meeting. But these are things that are not alien to the resolution. They already exist, and the council already has this authority. What we're merely doing is codifying it in code to make it clear and express to the public what the rules and decorum of the city council meeting. The time limitations for speaking will remain at 4 minutes. That is now codified from section 7 of the resolution to 224 F2B of the ordinance. And finally, there's the exemptions for when public comments are not permissible or will not be held at a city council meeting or any other meetings. These exemptions exist in section 8 of the resolution. These are now codified at 224 F3. And for the sake of the public, the exemptions are: there will be no public comment for emergency situations affecting public health, welfare, or safety if compliance with the speaking requirements would cause an unreasonable delay in the city council's ability to act. As an example of that, in the event if the city elects to declare a state of emergency for a hurricane or any other matter, that emergency ordinance is not subject to public comment. There is also an official act involving no more than a ministerial act is not subject to public comment. The easiest example is there are no public comments to approve the minutes of the prior meeting. Third item is when the council is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. In that case, the comments or any type of testimony is going to be limited to the subject matter. If we have an appeal or some matter, the area of public comment, there's an exemption from overall general public comment for a matter that is being handled in a quasi-judicial matter. The most easiest example is appeals from lower bodies, appeals from a lower tribunal. which would be the easiest example is special exceptions. The final decision rests with the Planning Commission. Any appeals are based on the record before it, on the record before the Planning Commission when it comes to you, so therefore any testimony should be limited to that was presented at the Planning Commission because you're hearing it as an appellate body. And then the fourth one is any meeting of the City Council exempt from Section 286.011. The easiest example of that is if I were to call an executive session to discuss litigation strategies, other types of executive sessions which are exempt from sunshine. The public is not invited into the executive session to provide for public comment. That is solely a session between the council and their attorney. Those are matters that are recorded by a court reporter, and the transcripts of such are made public after the resolution of the proceedings that are the subject of the executive order. So if that is the case, that is the gist substantively showing what the differences between, well, not differences, but that the resolution is currently being codified under the code, making it easier for the public to review and to understand what the rules are. These are not new. They're currently in effect by resolution. What we seek to do is to codify them for the benefit of the public. At this point, if there's any questions, I am here to answer them.
Any questions for Michael?
No, I just remember when we were first addressing some of this back with Mayor Kilsheimer, and at that point, some of these things were established. It wasn't the council's will at that time to limit to 3 minutes. He had proposed that, but other than that, these things were actually read at the beginning of the meeting, so people understood that, and that's kind of gone by the wayside. I remember at one point, I think Commissioner Becker was, attacked specifically, and he said, hey, I have the right to speak about this. And so we addressed all those things back then. As you said, that's been already the standard. This isn't a new thing other than a couple of clarifications there according to law. And this goes back to every assembly, from the Congress right on down. There's a decorum and how things are handled. And so, it's so that we can do business, but not to still people to express their views. It just needs to be done in a way that's not restrictive.
Right, I wanted to make sure to refine certain of the prohibitions to remove any questions regarding the content of any type of deliberation. If somebody, there's a difference between the content and the conduct, and I think there's a degree that could be readily seen. Like anything, there's always something subject to challenge because that's always going to happen. Can't avoid that. But I tried to fine-tune the resolution when codifying it to try to limit any type of content-based objections and to really leave it to basically be content neutral, but to really subject conduct, which can, as long as it meets what is necessary to state a cause of action for the willful interruption or disruption of a public meeting, which is what's as defined in state statute. Now, we will, between now and second reading, we are working with the police department. I'm working with the police chief to fine-tune some other language when it comes to certain authorities. That'll be brought at second reading. I've received the changes. I've reviewed them from the police department's counsel. They're minor. It's just some minor tweaking to it's kind of a shall or a may and what the authorities are. But it's substantively the ordinance will remain the same in regards to those types of authorities.
And this doesn't limit someone during public comment time of discussing something other than is on the agenda. It just, if it's an agenda item, they save it for that item.
That is the purpose.
So they still have the freedom to discuss other issues.
The purpose of public comment is to comment on a matter that is not scheduled to be addressed. Now, once adopted, this could authorize either the mayor as the presiding officer or any council member, if somebody is at public comment speaking onto a matter that is scheduled to be addressed and is on the agenda later in the meeting, you may stop that person and state your subject matter is going to be addressed later, because if they're addressing something on public comment that's going to be addressed later on the agenda, their comment no longer becomes a record of that item. In the event that there's some type of a challenge, some type of appeal or something, they're actually restricting themselves from being able to address the matter and have that be part of the record of the adoption. If someone is interested in or has an issue in regards to, just recently, ma'am, you were interested in the adoption. Had she gotten up and spoken at public comment about that, her comments would not have been part of the record of the adoption of the ordinance. And that's something that is, that's the reason why public comment is your ability to speak as the city council gives the forum to the public to speak on any matter that's not on the agenda. If you're going to speak on a matter on the agenda, wait your turn with everyone else when it's to your time to come and speak on that matter so that you form a proper record on the item that's being adopted.
Any other questions for Michael?
Sure. Sure. In the 2016-16, there's section 9 and section 10. You don't have any reference to those two. Was there a reason to leave them completely?
Well, they're incorporated into they're already incorporated. It's discussion items on agenda from time to time. They place items on the agenda to introduce. That's really not part of public participation or quorum. That's really your own administrative rules. That is governing when, that's just governing council time. When you guys can speak to any matter that's not on the agenda, when you want to talk about Saturday sounds, or that's what section 9 is in regards to.
Okay, any other questions?
So here, page, I guess that would be line 38. Generally, council members do not ask questions of speakers.
Which page?
Oh, well, I don't know, you gave it to
My
me
lines
with
restart every
421,
page, that's why.
421.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I
so
see that.
I got it. It's F2E.
F2E, right. Is that it? F2E?
Right, right. That is the same what I addressed earlier. Public comment is not Q&A time. It
Okay.
is the opportunity for the public to speak, to use your 4 minutes, and you will receive their comments, and then if you wish to address the issue with staff, to then address it, to have it be as part of an official matter in the future, we can go right ahead. It's trying to, one of the things is to try to continue the orderly progression of a meeting and not end up with public comment with a 10-minute dialogue between someone and Q&A. It's public comment in every other jurisdiction that I've been a part of is state your piece, we acknowledge it, we move on to the next person.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith?
My only concern was in reference to individuals bringing in media at the time of the city council meeting, because we had citizens that were not able to see what we were seeing because IT had not had an opportunity to upload into the system.
And that's the purpose of the 48
So we could see it in
hours.
here, but they couldn't see it on YouTube.
Right, so that's the purpose of the 48. So if someone shows up day of, we'll have to advise them, at this point, it's a disservice to someone who's trying to live streaming, and now the code is clear. Everyone is now on notice. The code is available to the public online. There's a requirement. We need your media 48 hours before for proper scanning and for proper presentation so that IT already has it all set up and queued for you to go.
But that's not to say they can't bring you, if they're thinking about the last day, they can bring us 6 sheets and hand it to us.
Right.
They just can't, right. Yep. Okay. Commissioner Nesta?
This one's a tough one for me. I got a couple different kind of hurdles on this one. One of them, which is pertinent to today, is exactly what Commissioner Velasquez brought up of council members not, or speakers not directing their comments to one specific member. I just had that happen tonight to me, and I fully support it. I think that's the right of our constituents to address us, and I said it during my campaign, hold us accountable. I don't want to be held accountable for what you guys do, and I don't want you guys to be held accountable for what I do.
Right.
I need to be held accountable for my own actions, and I think that's the appropriate time and venue to do that. And I think, the point that was made is trying to make everything as content neutral, that we're not trying to limit that, but I think that specifically does in a very big, substantial way. Additionally, to echo Commissioner Smith's comments in reference to the timing of providing presentation, whatever it may be, I think 48 hours is a little excessive. I know IT is doing the best they absolutely can with what they have, and any time does absolutely help them, but I will say, preparing for this kind of stuff, it does take time, and sometimes it's a day of that you're finally getting your last point refined and clear and presentation done. So I would hate to it be a timely presentation that now has to be pushed to the next meeting because of this specific requirement. So I would ask that we kind of reduce that in some capacity. I just think it's important. I do think there should be some time because, again, IT has limited resources right now that they're working with. I know the plan is to get that a little bit better for them, but right now, it's difficult. So there's a couple other smaller things in here that I don't completely agree with. And what worries me or concerns me is that we're going to put this in place when we already have a resolution that covers most of this, and we're not already following that. So I don't know how this is going to be more impactful, I guess. We've had in the past year, I know during campaign it just can get really ugly, but we weren't following those rules anyway, so that's my concern is that how is this going to change what's already in place?
Well, I think one of the more important ones is because if there's any substantive difference between what was in the resolution and what's in the code, is that the codification of it now empowers any one of the council members to step in and call for some type of order. The resolution only bestowed that authority on the mayor. So now if there's something out of hand, one of the council members can call it to order, call it to a vote to try to have the matter addressed. That's something that is, and that's not something that's alien to in any other jurisdictions in the state of Florida. I mean, the language echoes and mirrors a lot of the existing resolution and some of the other substantive language to codify it. I did review other ordinances. A lot of this is modeled after the city of Boynton Beach has a similar one. City of Orlando has codified their city council decorums. Volusia County codified their city council. Theirs are a lot stricter than, they have prohibitions against folks bringing in signs, bringing in banners. They went a little further. We don't have, this ordinance does not have any types of restrictions. The 48-hour prior timing, that's actually currently in Resolution 2016-16. So that was something that's already been contemplated. If you wish to shrink it to 24.
Do we?
No, that's the problem.
No, and that's been a problem.
I guess that's my point is why, this is almost superfluous at this point. If we're not already following what's there, and I understand your point, it's putting on notice to our residents, but I just don't see how impactful this is. I mean, it's impactful as much as we're going to follow it.
Right. Well,
just like the resolution.
Or like any other ordinance, it's going to come down to the discretion on the enforcement. Now, I think having it codified and bringing it close to the public, now that's the discretion of how strictly you wish to enforce, especially when it comes to time limitations. That's your prerogative, and that's your, lack of a better term, prosecutorial discretion. But at this point, it's clear. I think one of the impetuses. Sometime I think there has been one speaker once before when asked, now that it's codified, you have to provide your name and address. It was immediately turned, well, why do I have to do that? Well, it's in the resolution. Well, I don't know what resolution. Well, now it's in the code. And if there's a requirement, the code puts the public on notice. It's a lot more accessible having it codified. The code is a lot more accessible to the public than a resolution. Our resolutions are not codified by Municode. You would have to actually obtain a copy of the resolution, have a copy of the resolution. Also, any changes now that it's codified is going to require 2 public hearings. There'll be more public participation in this matter than it would be under resolution. So there is more of a sense of transparency and more accessibility to notice what are the rules that are now codified under the code.
And I think it's belts and suspenders. I mean, I would admit but like you say, it's codifying the rules, and so it's easy to find those rules. But I would say this: why don't we? I'll get with Rob and Bob, and we can, if you want to look at skinnying down that 48 hours. Let me see I'll get with these guys and see what they feel is appropriate, and if we can skinny that down between now and the second reading, would that?
Sure. Yeah, and the only other, my sticking point is I feel you should be able to directly articulate your message. A public member should be able to specifically say our name, whoever it may be, and reference their comment. That doesn't mean that there's an open dialogue. That doesn't mean that there's a response. That's another sticking point for me, a heavy sticking point for me.
Well, the reason, though, back when that was established, and again, it used to be read ahead of time. Part of the reason was, again, Commissioner Becker was directly attacked, and if we're not allowed then to speak, then there's a character, that's put out before everyone in a way that you have no idea or no ability to rebut. And it doesn't mean that a person can't come and hold us accountable. But it's trying to move the purpose of the meeting along. If you're working on your car, your purpose is to get that done. If someone can hinder you from doing that, it's like, I'm being paid by the hour, I've got to get this done. You know, there's a part of that has to do with just the moving of the meeting. This isn't something new. This was already there. And I remember another time, Commissioner Velasquez was directly attacked, and there's no way to say, wait a minute, that's a mischaracterization. And it can just create an atmosphere that's hostile rather than moving something forward when people have that opportunity to come and directly address concerns with us all.
Well, one of the issues under state law, local governments do have the authority to regulate the efficient. But the local government, under the First Amendment, has a right to regulate time, place, and manner. And because a city council meeting is a limited public forum, that is the purpose of, in order to effectuate the efficient workings of government, for public comment purposes, is to address the body collegiately as a whole in order to address an issue that the city can address and not have it be the personal whipping post time for one-on-one. But there's no prohibition against one-on-one communications, and this county, I cannot advise you to adopt any type of regulation, resolution, or ordinance prohibiting one-on-one contact between a member, a constituent, and their elected representative. There's just a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction that one-on-one interaction is not to be, you have within your purview to not have it done during public comment so that city council meetings can move forward efficiently.
But the content of the issue that someone would maybe come and they have an issue that they're unhappy with, they can still bring that contact. They just can't single out someone specifically and attack.
Correct.
That.
Yeah, they're
but they can
unhappy with
still deal with the very reason why they're frustrated.
Right. They can come out and say, you know, this city needs to do this, and you guys can do it. That's the collegiate body. But if someone comes in and, you did this to me, you did, and then at that point, it is in the interest of the local government to have the efficient workings of government to move it forward. There is nothing stopping an individual from having, within their own time, approaching their elected official and directly addressing something directly to them. And there's no ordinance prohibiting such a contact or conduct.
And that is already presently in order. It just hasn't been
Right. We're just
being
codifying.
read and.
Right. There's nothing stopping anyone from emailing you directly and addressing you directly.
It'd still be a
There's no
public
regulation
record.
to stop that.
And it would
from
be a
happening.
public record.
And it'll be a public record.
Okay,
We actually have two
okay,
public
perfect.
comments. Leroy Bell.
Leroy Bell. First of all, I would like to single out somebody, the city work guy. Thank you for responding in a timely manner to the street sweeping. Thank you, sir. Okay, now on this codifying and all of this, first of all, and I'm glad the city attorney, and I single him out, that mentioned the First Amendment. The First Amendment is afforded us 5 citizens: their speech, religion, press, assemble, and petition of our government. This is not a monarch. We can address this body, and if this body have a duty to the citizens, for number 1, to be truthful. Number 2, to be attentive to its citizens. Once we get here, now all this codifying that you're hearing about, it's all comes about Mr. Sylvester Hall and Leroy Bell not being pleased with the way that some of our elected officials seem that they won't lie to the citizens. Starting with the city attorney, yes? Why don't we codify that? What it's coming down to is limiting us our First Amendment right. All this codifying, all this, that, and another. Why do you want not codify when someone come in and praise like we just did? I just did this man. All this come from the malware. 48 hours, trim that down. Why? Because Sylvester Hall put up something that I don't think an elected official should be able to do. I can criticize my council, but the council can't criticize the citizens. All this is about is protecting you. Well, it started in Washington, D.C. with Donald Trump using Bill Barr. It's in Tallahassee with Ron DeSantis against Disney World. Now, I'm singling out again. Now you're trying to threaten people with the police? Lies. What you said, put on ballistic helmets, put on ballistic vests. They're gonna cause a riot outside. Why don't you codify those lies? Let the people speak. If you don't want to be criticized or ostracized about what you're not doing correctly, then don't run. Don't occupy the seat. The old saying, if you can't take the heat, get out the kitchen.
Who's next?
Rod Olson.
Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane. Just briefly, I think that with all the material that we just discussed here briefly, that we need to table this, get the piece together, so when you have a phase one, we're looking at it, we can first reading, we have it together so we can take a look at it. It'd be nice to see that side by side with the resolution 2016-16 that was not approved by City Council back at that time. And line that up next to a third line with what the state codes are in doing it, so we have a clear understanding. I find no objection to the aspect of understanding. You're running some real critical lines here. First Amendment rights, the aspect of the ability for people to speak. Decorum, the aspect of censorship. You know, I've learned a long time ago, we all have our backpack, and our backpack is our whole life experience, and that's how we view things and why we all view things differently. And what one may observe of being a personal attack is not. Someone else, that's water off a duck's back. What are they talking? He's hitting the issue. I have no problem with people addressing issues. When you attack people, you've stepped over the line. And I think we need some guidance in that area. But I think trying to push this through, well, we'll make this amendments, we'll talk to so-and-so, we'll talk to the chief. It ought to be in one package. We can look at it with those lines so we can look and say, what are we trying to do? Why are we trying to do it? What makes most sense? Thank you.
Just an initial response, Resolution 2016-16 was adopted on July 6, 2016 by this city. The resolution was signed by Joseph Gilsheimer, the mayor, and attested to by the city clerk. So there was an adopted resolution in regards to the decorum's resolution. And some of the issues that were raised, it's still important to note, fundamental constitutional law, yes, there is a right to speech. That right is not absolute. That the local governments do have the authority, and the Supreme Court jurisprudence supports the authority that there is a time, place, and that they can reasonably regulate time, place, and manner. And it is jurisprudentially held that city council meetings are limited public forums. They are not absolute public forums. And that a local government, a tribunal, has the authority to regulate speech reasonably based on time, place, and manner. So, in that regards, in order for clarification, as we bring this forward to second reading, those changes, I will have it delineated, the language that is going to be changed. Again, it is minor. The packet that will be presented and made available to the public, I will present as part of the staff report for second reading, side-by-side comparison of 2016-16 and ordinance 2931 in preparation for second reading. But substantively, ordinance 2931 and resolution 2016-16 are very similar in all regards. This ordinance moves to codify it, moves to clarify some aspects of the resolution, which I believed were a little overbroad, and therefore narrows it down and I think makes it more stronger, passing stronger constitutional muster. And it also provides more of an authority to the collegiate body as a whole to address certain issues that it believes cross the line of, I don't want to say cross the line of decorum, but reach to the level where you may have interference with legitimate government business that the state of Florida has stated can be regulated under law. So at this point, again, asking that the matter be approved and held for second reading, and we will present all the additional materials for second reading.
I honestly have no problem with what Rod expressed there, Mr. Olson, even to that point, because I don't want it feeling like we're trying to railroad something through. We're not. It is been unclear, you know, and as Nick had said, we haven't been reading it beforehand, so I think in some people's minds, it's like, well, we're not practicing this, you know, I think there's some legitimate reasons for it. And I think we need to present it in the best way so that people don't think we're just trying to skip things. I have no problem with accountability.
What direction are you providing
so,
staff?
I mean, I think he had mentioned, and I don't know if anyone else agrees, he mentioned tabling it, bringing it on a first reading with both side by side so that the public can see this is what we're bringing forth. This is the resolution that was already signed back in 2016, and this is what we're trying to do to codify it, clarify it, so that it is clear to everyone from this point forward.
I mean, we can do that and have a second first reading, as I already posited. I'm going to do that in preparation for second reading. You'll have everything there, and then it could be presented.
But it will be the
at
second reading at that point rather than a first reading.
No,
and
you
I
need
think
a second reading. This is an ordinance. It has to be subject to two readings, first and second reading. So the matter is coming forward again for second reading.
I understand, but that will be the second reading. That to table it and present it the way you're going to in the second reading as a first reading then allows, this is what the public is saying, we want to see it in this way. There's not an abject rejection of these things. They're just trying to say, you're saying this matches that, but we can't see it. And I think it would be a good thing to do that, and then let it be tabled, let that be the first reading with both presented,
At
and
this
then
point,
have a following.
because we're already at first reading, this has already been advertised at first reading, then what I would advise, if you wish to do so, is to continue this matter to the next meeting, and it would be continuing the first reading.
Okay.
And it can be presented so that others can see it side by
It's the
side.
continuation of this matter, and if you're directing staff to bring forward the comparisons, then it'll be presented. But what you'll be doing is this first reading will continue at the next meeting. It's not a second we can't have a second first reading because I'm not going to re-advertise another first read. We already had first reading. This has already been presented as the first reading. If you wish to continue.
So it's a continuation
continue
of the first reading
correct.
with a second to follow after that.
The second to follow afterwards. If that's
okay
the
with
prerogative of the board.
And I would second that, and at the same time, if you would also check with IT and see if 40 hours is the absolute amount of time they need in order to do that, because as I said, the public did say that they were not able to see the same thing that we were seeing.
Right.
So I was second the motion.
The time-wise is to avoid, usually we've had video presentations presented as the person's card is being called. And then now we've got, does it work? Can we play it? And now our meetings have now, been held time-wise. And then therefore now it's affecting the efficient work of government.
And viruses and things like that
Potentially.
can be there without the person knowing it at all. And so I think that's a reasonable thing.
But 48 hours is usually, it's kind of the industry standard. A lot of the other jurisdictions, and we had it as starting in 2016, 48 hours is the general standard for time before. So that a lot of times also 48 hours allows if someone wants to distribute paper documents, it gives enough time for the clerk to provide all the copies and have it be part of your packets already. Then we're rushing because someone shows up now with 5 different packets, and now they expect you to read them all while they're speaking in public comments. It gives them the opportunity, if they have something they want to present, for you to read. Now, you have also 48 hours to review the material in preparation, in order to address the issue, to direct staff to respond to it.
Okay, we've got a motion to continue ordinance number 2931 and take it up at the next commission meeting. By Commissioner Bankson, a second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2932.
Ordinance number 2932, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka, Chapter 2, Article 8, Code Enforcement, by creating Division 1, Code Enforcement Special Magistrate, amending Chapter 2, Article 8, by creating Division 2, Citation Procedure, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Good afternoon, Michael Rodriguez, City Attorney. The ordinance presented before you now is a adoption of what the state of Florida, under Florida statutes, under Chapter 162, more specifically Section 162.11, authorizes local governments to initiate a citation procedure for code enforcement. It is an alternative mechanism for code enforcement to enforce the codes. What a citation is, it's basically, you can enumerate certain violations which a code enforcement officer can simply issue somebody a citation. You get a ticket. Instead of going through the process of a notice of violation and the hearing process for certain violations, some of the examples in other jurisdictions, if your lawn, unkept lawn, well, you can just cite them. It's a citation, it's a fine, and then the ordinance creates a mechanism for someone who wants to challenge the issuance of the citation. They can either challenge it in county court, similar to, it's basically identical in mechanism as a parking ticket. You can either go to county court to challenge it, or you can have it challenged. If you elect not to pay, if you elect to contest it, it can be contested before a special magistrate. Person will then be scheduled to appear before the code enforcement special magistrate when it's heard, and that matter will be addressed. But it provides it's a statutory mechanism, and it provides an alternative step for code enforcement officers to enforce our codes, in addition to the standard procedure of a notice of violation, time to cure, appearing before a special magistrate, having an order issued, then having that order, if it's not addressed, then be subject to a lien. Those are the daily fines, depending on the severity. This citation procedure can address certain minor citations that can be addressed with just the issuance of a citation, and either the person can elect to pay the fine or contest the fine either in county court or before the special magistrate. And all of these are mechanisms that are authorized by state statute.
Any questions for Michael? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
Oh, you didn't, I was gonna ask him a question.
Sure.
Thanks. So does this change the procedure that we're doing right now with our code
No,
enforcement?
it's an additional. It's
Oh,
in
it's an
addition.
additional.
It's in addition.
Okay. So they
So-
would still come here?
Yes. It's in addition. So code enforcement has a discretion to determine, okay, these are certain fines that we may be able to address easier by way of a citation than going through the process. But that will not eliminate the standard process of code enforcement. It's just now, it's road A or road B.
Oh, so they'll have a choice?
Yes. Okay. Well, yes, we'll have a choice. They can state which of the violations are simpler to deal with via citation as opposed to the standard 162 notice of violations.
So the code officer is he able to right now on it without anyone calling in a code violation? If he sees it, he can address it?
Yes. If the code enforcement, the statute that it was adopted last year, all it did was prohibit anonymous complaints. So if you're someone who wants to call in a complaint for code enforcement to come and address, you can no longer do it anonymously. The person who's complaining must give their name, address, number, and now that becomes a public record. Don't know the infinite wisdom of the legislature. But it does not prohibit a code enforcement department from doing sweeps of neighborhoods, because then the officer is the initiating complainant. And that'll be part of it'll be in the record, that the officer was doing I've been in jurisdictions where code enforcement does neighborhood sweeps. And as they do the neighborhood sweeps, and if they can observe a violation from public property, they're the initiating complainant, and then an enforcement action can proceed.
Any other questions for Michael?
Yeah, do these fines become lienable or a cloud on title at some point?
No, not in the citation, but what they become, it's the equivalent of a parking ticket. If you don't pay your parking ticket, the city can then file the action of the county court, and then you could be subject to additional fines or civil contempt. So it's like skipping a parking ticket.
Sure. All right. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Yeah.
Help me, well, I guess you can't answer back, but code enforcement, you use the analogy of cutting grass. What about the city? Have anybody looked down 441 lately? What about the maintaining of city property that's not being maintained? What about the dilapidated buildings and siding and stuff? How do you put citations on the citizens that paying you your salary and you're not doing your job? How do we hold the city accountable? Just like the street sweeping, for the beautification of the city. Now, this come right back up under, this seemed to me one-sided. This one side don't fit all. The only one, it seemed like the ones that paying your salary is the one that the city is finding a way to squeeze a little more money out of the citizen, whether it's how they qualify, if they're gonna build a house, a business, you got to go by this code, this, that. Now, if you're not, you're subject to be, no, you can't have it, just turned down, denied. You come by my house, if I ain't cut my grass, I got a bad siding nerve. Sometimes I don't feel like cutting. If I don't cut in 2 or 3 weeks, then here I am, I got to pay another bill. Or subject to go to county court. But somebody have a whole lot of jail time if you take and look at the city property. So how do we extrapolate those fines? How do we get the city down in the court? Make sure when you throw a rock, make sure you don't be living in no glass house.
Okay, anybody else want to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2932 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2933.
Ordinance number 2933. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka, Chapter 78, Utilities, Article 2, Water and Sewer Systems, by creating Division 1.5, Industrial and Commercial Pretreatment, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Well, what a day. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Glenn Brooks, Water Resource Manager. I want to give a brief PowerPoint presentation of our sewer ordinance. I promise I won't keep you guys long.
Very brief.
Very rude, I know it is. All right, so basically, I just want to start out, give a, like I say, presentation of it. What is a sewer ordinance? What we're looking to do is amend the City of Apopka Code, Chapter 78, Article 2, Division 1, Section 2340, the Industrial and Commercial Pretreatment Guidelines. The background, the sewer use ordinance programs are federally and state mandated. This ordinance enables the City of Apopka to comply with all applicable federal and state laws for protection of environmental and public health, safety, and welfare. for protection of public infrastructure and the publicly owned treatment works. It also establishes the industrial pretreatment and oil and grease management guidelines also. The current use ordinance was approved by council in July of 2015. Some of the important updates that were needed to meet the new requirements to state and federal statutes that govern these programs. The city of Apopka was also due to update the local pollutants limits due to the completion of the water reclamation facility that we completed in 2019. A brief overview of the updates are as follows. Some of the key components. The local pollutant limit updates of molybdenum lowered from 0.702 milligrams per liter to 0.502 milligrams per liter. The pH limit range changed from 5.5 on the low end to 11.5 milligrams was what it currently was, and it was lowered to 5.5 to 10.0 milligrams per liter. Added in a regulation for businesses practicing dental amalgam placement removal. That's a new rule that had come into effect that we had to add to it. Also added is a regulation restricting hazardous pharmaceutical waste from being discharged to the publicly owned treatment works. Make sure I'm on the same slide.
You went too far ahead.
Oh, to go too far, I'm moving too fast here. I told you I was going to be quick. Where am I at?
There you go.
Okay.
You just finish that one. Next slide.
Slide. Also, in regulation, I already read that. Other updates that were added to the ordinance had to do with the technical language, which I know some of you commissioners have seen and reviewed, some of the red line. That was just more of technical language for improved compliance requirements for the industrial pretreatment program and the oil and grease management program. In this language, we refer to the latest editions of the state and federal statutes, and our attorney, Michael Rodriguez, did review and approve it. So where we're at today, the revision and the approval process. The city of Apopka began revisions to the ordinance to incorporate new statutes in December of 2019. The city of Apopka ran the local limit study in December of 2020 and received preliminary approval from FDP in October of 2021. And we're looking for council this evening to approve the updates made to the sewer ordinance based on the new local limits. So with that, like I say, we're looking to approve, if you would, council, to approve the ordinance number 2933 and hold it over for a second reading and adoption.
Any questions for Glenn?
So with these update state regulations, the commercial business owners, are they notified of all these new regulations?
Yes, I have a, let me let pre-treatment coordinator, I have Nathaniel Dominguez here, and he'll answer that, how he notifies them.
Nathaniel Dominguez, environmental specialist with the city of Apopka. Any of the industries that are permitted will receive a new updated permit once these changes are made. So they already know that this is coming down the pipeline, and they're ready for that.
So it's waiting for our approval, and then they will get the notification?
Right. After you guys' approval, it has to get approved again through DEP. Once that's done, it comes back to us, and then we let the industries know that their permits will be changed.
And will we keep a record of the business owners that did receive this update, or?
Oh, absolutely. We have the record of all the permits that are changed.
Okay.
Any other questions from?
Yeah, was there something specific that brought this on, or is this just simply catching up to?
It
what
is catching
FDP
up, Commissioner. One of the things, like I say, on the plant expansion, again, we were due to do a new local limit study, seeing what pollutants we could take based on the new plant. So that study had to be done before we could set the sewer use ordinance based on that. So we were due to have that study done. We did, we had, was it Tetra Tech? Tetra Tech Engineering done the study for us on the local limits, and that's what we based the sewer ordinance off of, what those local limits say and what pollutants can discharge to the plant, what the plant can handle, the loadings of it. And so
And
that's what.
with the addition of dental amalgam and pharmaceutical issue, was that just something that you discovered? Is that a new standard that FDEP is?
It is a new standard that it come along. Ours, like I say, it wasn't updated since 2015, so between then and now, that new rule had went into effect, and we've added that into into the new sewer.
Which it makes sense as I read through it, parsed through that. But
Yeah.
it made sense. I understood. I just wondered what brought it forward. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Smith, good. Commissioner Nestor, good. Okay.
All right.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance number 2933 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next up, Resolution 2022-11.
Resolution 2022-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, setting forth the city's intent to rename the Golden Orchard Street Lighting District to the West Kelly Park Street Lighting District and extending the territorial limits of the Kelly Park Street Lighting District to include Exhibit A by adding it to the existing limits of the Municipal Services Benefit Unit, to use the uniform ad valorem assessment method for properties lying within the West Kelly Park Street Lighting District in the City of Apopka, to fund street lighting services, facilities, and programs, providing that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the property appraiser, tax collector, and the Florida Department of Revenue in accordance with Section 197.3632(3)(a) Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, City Council, Chuck Baverick, City Administration. Basically, this is taking the existing MSBU and allowing me to rename it and extend those boundaries. These either abut or are in close proximity to the existing MSBU. And for housekeeping purposes, I'm trying to keep them, instead of having 1 million of these, consolidate where I can.
Any questions for?
Also, it's cost-effective, right, for the
Yeah,
developer?
generally, the more lights you throw into it, it will help bring those costs down.
Okay. Okay. Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve Resolution 2022-11.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-12.
Resolution 2022-12, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, setting forth the city's intent to rename the Bridle Path Street Lighting District to the East Kelly Park Street Lighting District and extending the territorial limits of the Bridle Path Street Lighting District, and to use the uniform and ad valorem assessment for properties lying within the East Kelly Park Street Lighting District, to fund street lighting services, facilities, and programs, providing that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the property appraiser, tax collector, and the Florida Department of Revenue in accordance with Section 197.3632(3)(a) of the Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective.
Chuck Maverick, City Administration. Again, this is to rename the west, or the west side, and to consolidate areas again into one district.
Any questions for Mr. Avery? Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for motion to adopt Resolution 2022-12.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bankson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor, just for y'all's information, since the implementation, we've moved about $315,000 out of having to be paid out of the street funds into the MSBU's. So that's slowly freeing up your street money to go back into repaving and so forth.
Yeah. Awesome, thank you. Next up, Resolution 2022-16.
Resolution 2022-16, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, setting forth the city's intent to use the uniform ad valorem method of collection of a non-ad valorem assessment for properties lying within the Lake McCoy Oaks Neighborhood Improvement District in the City of Apopka, to fund facilities, maintenance, and programs, street lighting, maintaining, and upkeep of the common property to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the residents, providing that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the property appraiser, tax collector, and the Florida Department of Revenue in accordance with Section 197.3632, paren 3, paren A of the Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Chuck Vavrick, City Administration. This is to create a neighborhood improvement district. I did try to make contact and locate an HOA for this development. I received no response. This development's over 40 years old. During some of our inventory on retention ponds and so forth, we found this one here that's not being maintained. Again, to meet the stormwater requirements, we need to go in and do some improvements. And the HOA was originally responsible, so this will put it back on those individual residents that are responsible for maintaining it. Again, they're always welcome to recreate the HOA and we can disband the MSBU, but till such time, this allows us to do the improvements that are needed.
Any questions for Mr. Vavrick? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-16.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-17.
Resolution 2022-17, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, setting forth the city's intent to use the uniform ad valorem method of collection of a non-ad valorem assessment for properties lying within the Martin Place Phase 1 Neighborhood Improvement District in the City of Apopka to fund facilities, maintenance and programs, streetlight, maintaining and upkeep of the common property to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the residents, providing that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the property appraiser, tax collector, and the Florida Department of Revenue in accordance with Section 197.3632, paren 3, paren A, Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Again, Chuck Vavrick, City Administration. I did, again, in this case, try to locate an HOA. There's no longer an existing HOA. Y'all may be familiar, the second phase of this was the pond that we ended up repairing. This is the first phase. We will be working to clean up that pond at some point here in the near future. This is just establishing the district, and I'll be coming back to you to set the fee at a later date.
Any questions for Mr. Vavrick? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-17.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bankson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2022-21.
Resolution 2022-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2021, and ending September 30th, 2022, providing for a budget amendment.
Vladimir Ortega, Finance Director. Resolution 2022-21. City Council agenda item reference in today's meeting regarding the emergency designation and ratification for the public service purchase of a 2023 Fireliner container delivery truck. The purchase is to replace Sanitation Division's 2021 Ford F-350 delivery vehicle that was involved in an auto accident and may require extensive repairs. The vehicle is currently being evaluated by our insurance adjuster and will be out for an extended period of time. The total amount request is $127,273.75 plus a 10% for contingency, totaling $140,001.13. And the resolution is to approve the total amended for budget beginning October 1st, 2021 for $140,001.13. Thank you.
Any questions for Vladimir? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-21.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, City Council reports. Commissioner Velasquez.
Wow. Welcome, Nick.
It's all his fault.
I know. Well, the city did a wonderful job with the swearing in for all of us. It allowed for our friends and family to be present, and I think that's been absent for the last couple of years. So it was very nice, and we all enjoyed it. The other thing, the mayor and myself, we were invited to Dream Lake for their breakfast. where they honored, you know, the volunteers.
Commissioner Bankson.
Oh, that's right, you were too, I'm sorry. Yeah, and so it was very nice. It's always nice when we, you know, they do these little breakfasts. We get to kind of be with the teachers and the school staff, and it's just something that we continuously do, you know, by volunteering and supporting their events in the school. So it's just a nice combination for them to have that. I did not go. I missed Saturday Sound, so although the band that played had been there earlier in the year, and I did see them, and they are a fabulous band. The last 2 weeks, I've attended the Apopka softball team, their last games. Last night was one of their district championship game. We didn't make it, but I have to just kind of commend the young ladies that played for that team. I am so impressed with them and their ability, and they play hard and they play with passion, and I just want to congratulate them. They've had a great season. They're actually having a few of their seniors who are moving on. So if they're listening, thank you for inviting me. I really enjoyed it, and I wish the seniors and our Apopka softball young ladies a lot of success. Thank you.
Commissioner Bankson.
Yes, I missed Saturday Sounds, but I was actually at the Zellwood Historical Society 25th anniversary,
yeah.
and it's just, I love history. It really reminds us where we've come from and just the connection of Apopka and all of the regions, and so that was just a wonderful event. I had a couple of things I wanted to bring up, but my goodness, at the lateness of the hour, I don't want to keep putting things off, but I did want to bring up, and I'm sure everybody else got the same email from Steve Coleman concerning the farmers markets, and they're concerned that they're dwindling, and,
Yeah.
you know, so maybe we can discuss that. I don't know if that's something
Well,
you've already
Yeah,
thought
what we're talking about doing in the fall is hooking it up with Saturday Sounds, is maybe there's some synergy, maybe, you know, people would, maybe we're gonna do the farmer's market, but not do Saturday Sounds, and so but heck, I'm here, I might as well stay for both. So we're talking about, you know, maybe marrying those two events up. The farmer's market would be from 4 to 7. Now, the problem is it's not on a main thoroughfare, so you gotta wanna go versus, you know, at Kitla and Nelson, you drive right by and you can swing in. So it's
I think that would tap though into families playing sports out there, things like that. So you do still have, you kind of balance those out a little bit. I think it's a great idea.
And the other thing, actually, Rod brought it up. I don't want to just let this die. I want to investigate the best way to do this when it comes to the backflow preventers in the city, looking at that in a way that makes it, you know, a good
we'll
fit
be
for everyone.
bringing back something. We've got, you know, something to look at.
Okay,
Yep,
good,
yep,
yeah.
yep.
Again, I think the convenience of that for the average person, it would be much appreciated. And as long as we're covering those costs, why not?
Yeah.
So, good, okay.
Commissioner Smith.
I have a couple items. First of all, let me start off by thanking Public Works for the outstanding job they're doing. I've submitted several items to city administrator before he took off on sick leave, and he forwarded to Public Works, and they're taking care of sidewalk repairs as well as roads. And so I just want to say thank you, and it's appreciated, and it's been noticed, but, you know, there'll be more to come. But I want to say thank you for attention to that particular matter. Also, this week is Teachers Appreciation Week. So we want to make sure that we say hats off to all of our teachers for the outstanding job that they're doing, and want them to know that we support all of their efforts and what they're doing in their classrooms for our students here in the city of Apopka. Last night, I attended Wacalvis High School's awards night with my friend John Cloyne, who presented a scholarship to an agriculture student there at Wacalvis High School last night. And we'll be going to Apopka High School on the 16th to their awards program, and we'll be presenting 2 scholarships there on the 16th. A couple of items that I would like to recommend to our council and to the mayor to give direction to staff. And one, looking at the crisis that we're now experiencing with affordable housing, to look at the possibility of declaring a housing state of emergency in the city of Apopka, and to pursue some sort of rent stabilization program. And according to Florida statutes, and our attorney can check it out, Florida statutes 125.0103 and 166.043 that local governments have the ability to declare a housing emergency, where we can freeze the current rent rates for up to 12 months and capping rents at 30% of the tenant's income. So if we could take a look at that as we're realizing housing shortages are becoming more and more in demand and families are becoming homeless. I received a call this morning, husband and wife having to move out the places they're renting currently because the landlord is not going to renew their lease because they can get more money in their lease, so they're looking for a place to live. So we can look at something about declaring a housing state of emergency for the city of Apopka. The next item is that during the campaign and even before, we talked about the annexation. So looking at putting together a committee to take a look at annexation so that we can become one Apopka is another item that we'd like for the council to take a look at. And then thirdly, we'd like to ask the mayor to consider appointing a diversity, inclusion, and equity commission to establish, understand, and respect the goodwill and equality that is exclusive of all rights of all citizens. And 5 things that that commission needs to take a look at is people, programs, projects, policies, and partnerships. And then allow the commissioners to appoint at least one individual to that commission. And that's all I have.
Mr. Nesta.
Wow. What a meeting. I just want to say a couple quick thank yous to a lot of people that I didn't officially get to. One specifically to my wife and her support throughout my journey of this. To my friends and family also, that was huge. Thank you to all our campaign supporters and volunteers, and to the citizens for voting for me and trusting me and believing in me. Thank you to former Commissioner Kyle L. Becker for your time and dedication to the city of Apopka. While your seat is a big one to fill, I look forward to leading with your similar tenacity, transparency, and analytical processes. Your tenure as a council member is something to be proud of, and I'm personally grateful for your leadership. To bounce off of Commissioner Smith as well, Public Works has been great to work with. They have fixed some things. It's literally 24-hour turnaround. I mean, it's been crazy how quick you guys have gotten stuff. So thank you. That has been awesome. Citizens have also told me, hey, we reported something, and within 24 hours, you guys got it. So very impressed with that. Thank you to all the staff that has helped with my onboarding process. It's been a lot, but very smooth, and it's been great to be a part of this. Addition to Teacher Appreciation Week, we have we recognize Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. That's May. Today we have May the 4th be with you. So for your Star Wars fans, tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo, which I did some research about it. It was some independence from France, so that's cool. We have Mother's Day this weekend, so happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. To bounce off of Commissioner Velasquez, we have Saturday Sounds this weekend, and we have the Motowners in 2 weeks, which I think is going to be pretty incredible. That's starting from 4 to 7. And just kind of give you guys a little background and kind of update you on what I've been doing in the background the last 2 weeks. I met with Matthew's Hope, an organization that helps the homeless and really focuses on hand-ups, not handouts. So I really love their program. I'm excited to see how we can partner with them in the near future. And then I'm meeting with Habitat for Humanity coming up as well in the next 2 weeks. So excited to see how we can partner with them as well and support them in their endeavors. So that's it on mine.
And there is one more important thing this week that I should have hit on my turn. You may have hit it. Tomorrow morning is the mayor's prayer breakfast.
Yes.
Probably a good time for us to come together. We've got a great speaker lined up. I believe he's a historian, and I think it'll be very enjoyable there, as well as truly praying together as a city. And then at noon, we have prayer at the City Hall steps, and everyone's welcome.
And I know that Congresswoman Val Demings will be here before the mayor's breakfast, like be here at 5:30 in the morning, so she can present the check from the Golden Gem Water Plant.
Okay, under City Administrator's report, I'll just give you an update on Edward since he is not here. He's making progress. I think he's got another appointment on Friday. Hopefully gets good news on Friday. Still a little ways to go, but he's making progress, and he's weighing in on some issues. His left hand still doesn't work quite as well as he'd like as far as, typing on the iPad or you know, on the computer, but making progress, and so you know, just keep him in your prayers. Michael.
I think you've heard enough from me today, so
Well,
there's no reports.
Tell us about the baseball game last night.
It did not, well, it went well for one and not well for the other. So, no, yeah, I was there. Yes, DeLand played Apopka in the District 2 semifinal. For those you know, my son is a starting pitcher on the DeLand High baseball team. Apopka did prevail 11-1. My son started the quarterfinal game, which was on Monday night against Ocala Westport, where we actually won. So at least I can say my son got us to that game. But based on what the current Florida high school baseball playoff rules, there is still an outside chance that DeLand qualifies as a wild card. There was some crucial losses in District 1 up in Jacksonville, which kind of catapulted DeLand up into a potential 7 or 8 seed. So my son could wipe off his tears from what he thought was his last high school game last night to probably one more game. So we'll see how that goes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, a couple of things. One of the things I haven't done, I probably should do more of it, but I want to just kind of give you, Stacy, who's my assistant, she's probably already asleep by now, but as long as we've gone, but just to let you know that she was in charge of putting all the things together for the League of Cities Luncheon, helping with the inauguration, getting that all put together, the Foliage Festival, making sure all those, the dignitaries were invited, and also was helping put the dignitaries together for the mayor's prayer breakfast. So big shout out to Stacy. She's worked hard the last 3 or 4 weeks. So yeah, she deserves big kudos. So you know, if you see her, you know, give her a pat on the back, and got Commissioner Nest up and running. And
yes,
so anyway,
yes.
I'm excited for her. And then last but not least, always love to, you know, end with a good note. Was it June 14th?
For
Commissioner Smith.
Yes, June 14th, yes.
Yes. Did I say June 14th?
Yeah, June 14th, you're
Okay.
right.
So tell us what happens on June 14th.
Well, as you know, I've been inducted into the FFA State Hall of Fame. We were not able to do it previously because of COVID. So on June 14th, I will be officially inducted into the FFA Hall of Fame.
Wow. Yeah. That's great. All right, with that, meeting adjourned.